She's lying to you. Hello, Michael. Hello, Kraken. Kraken had first, but then he misspelled it. Photo Manima. Our kitty. Yes, that cruel person's coming to feed you. Yes, I did. What did I do with that? But I did get it. I did get the headphone jack with the junction block. Get her, kitty. Get her. She's a cruel one. Yeah. Starving those poor kitties.
I don't starve those kitties. You are flipping out and crap out of them.
Good morning, Stanley.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, diamonds. Oh, wow. Someone bought a 300 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery on my Amazon link, and the commission for that was, what, $46. Holy crap. Thank you. Wow.
Hi, baby. I love you. You don't like me right now, do you?
It's 11:18 p.m. where you are? Wow, you're exactly on the other side of the planet. Where? Globe. I want to know where you are. Nice, Dylan. That rocks. Fresh victim.
You and your victims.
I like my victims happy. So what is the polar opposite? So that would mean you're somewhere between India and Turkmenistan. So India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan. Are there more countries up here? Or Russia? Because that would be the direct opposite of where we are now. There's a pretty wide range you could cover there. But yeah, somewhere in that region. If I did it right, you'd have to be somewhere in one of these countries.
Hello, everyone.
Because that would be... Oh, you're in Russia. Okay, cool. That's the... I don't care how much I understand about the technology. Yeah, I wish. I don't care how much you understand about the technology, that still blows me away. Because that means, because I bring up a globe, you know, I'm here. So there's me. So if I just rotate the, nope, no, no, stop. Why is it turning the globe? Stop turning. So yeah, that would be somewhere here. Somewhere along this line. Hey, Jerry. Well, this is sort of my rig that I use when Did the sound go away for everybody? Yeah, that sometimes happens. Hang on. Alright. There you go. Yeah, that camera angle probably doesn't have audio set up. Filament February? I didn't know there was a Filament February. I gotta move this window because it's behind. There we go. That works better. I could probably compress this a bit. Yep. That still blows me away that, you know, 15,000 miles away, we're chatting in real time. That's always going to be an awesome thing. I guess a generation or two from now, it'll just be like, you never had that? But, you know, my generation was one of the first to be introduced to global communications of this sort. I mean, we've always had global communications, I mean, for several generations now, but usually it was a very special, very, I don't think that will affect filament prices too much. I mean, most of the prices you see changing are price gouging. It's people taking advantage of the situation and saying, "Oh, I can charge more," because there's not really an effect on price yet. Yep. Remember the first cell phones where it was like $2 a minute? My dad had one of those first Verizon bag phones where it was like $2 a minute. Pinetown, South Africa. Search. Right outside Durban. Hopefully we don't lose the audio. I never got too much into the HF bands. Oh, you're not too far from the ocean there. Wow. Oh, wow, you're all the way down at the tip of South Africa. I would love to live that close to Madagascar. Oh, yeah. Incoming and outgoing, all cost. Oh, a lot of cargo goes through there. There's a huge container yard down there in that bay. Yeah, well, you have a hell of a bay there. That harbor will protect everything. And Naval Station Durban as well. Holy crap, that is big. Cool. Looks like nice neighborhoods around there. Very densely packed, but looks nice. I like how they have the little green zones. You know, like what we would call the alleyways of our houses. They have little green zones in the middle. These things here, these little green patches. Big rail yard going through there. Makes sense. The Empire Steak, Ducka Restaurant and Bar, someplace called Sunkissed. Eden Champagne Garden, Antique Cafe. All very actively updated as well. About the only thing that would screw up our technology at this point would be like a CME that we don't see coming. And mostly because it would take us just months to years to manufacture and replace all the transformers. If we see it coming, we could probably mitigate a lot of it, just purposely shut down the grid and ground those transformers. But oh wow, I bet you got a lot of surfing you could do there. Holy crap. Even on the Google Maps, you can see tons of surf happening. I bet your winters have to be pretty aggressive, though. Doesn't it get pretty cold down there in the wintertime? So you'd be heading into winter now as we head into summer. Why is this one place, Lesotho, separated? It looks like it's cut out of the map. Madagascar's got a whole bunch of cool stuff there. There's a whole bunch of cool animals and stuff there. It's apparently it's a very unique place. They presented a lot on nature shows. I didn't realize Madagascar was so big. I thought it was this little island, but it's got towns and roads and wow. When they present it on nature shows, they present it as if it's this little tiny island with only a couple of people living on it. Holy crap. Wow, that is totally not what I expected. But that place is straight up inhabited. Wow. I mean, there's no part of it that doesn't have a town. I mean, they're all small towns, but still. Wow. I was not expecting that. And it's huge. Actually, wow, South Africa is much closer to the equator than I thought. You're closer to the equator than I am. So you probably don't have that much of winter there, do you? Yeah, but like, you know, it's 50 times bigger than I imagined it was. Yeah, I was expecting something more the size of Tasmania, below Australia. I was expecting something more that size, but no, it's huge. Is it? Boy, that would be a cool place to live, though. So is Lesotho a different country? No, no, yeah, no, I'm not off grid. Yeah, in my wildest dreams. So is Eswatini and Lesotho separate countries? Okay, because they're cut out of the map like they're a separate something. You can see the way, see how they're cut out? Like there's something separate about them. Oh, he's fine. Luke. You don't have to worry about that. He's our in-house troll. He's fine though. He's usually pretty civilized.
Who's our inside?
Welfare god.
Oh.
You're a family of 4. Well, I identify as a lizard, so. Wow. I didn't realize how close to the equator that was. Yeah, you're about equivalent to Mexico as far as distance to the equator. No, it's only 300 seconds, 5 minutes. He saw him say, yeah, dumbass, and didn't realize that it's just him putzing around. So, he knows now. Wow. The only bad thing about this map is it's very distorted. Like, Greenland is nowhere near this big. It just looks that big because of the way a Mercator map works in order to keep your lines of travel straight lines. And I don't know why, but for some reason, I used to think that Puerto Rico was up here. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm showing. Yeah, hang on. So here's how big Greenland is compared to the U.S. Okay, so it's about, what, a quarter of the continental U.S.? Yet, if you look here, it looks bigger than the U.S. So this looks bigger than the U.S. I mean, that is substantially bigger than the U.S. That's because all this scaling is completely wrong. Like, Alaska is not this big. This makes Alaska look like it's 2/3 the continental U.S. But Greenland is only this big. And the reason for that is when you take a globe and you flatten the globe out, but you don't apply the slices that you use to flatten it out, it makes you have to change the scale in order to make it work. That is so that if you draw a straight line from here to here, it'll actually check out. Oh yeah, well the UK is on the same level as us, so the scaling isn't twisted as much. It's when you move to the tops and bottoms of the map. So anything here in the center, figure from right around the bottom of Australia to right around the top of Europe are relatively consistent in size. But as you move further and further away, so for example, Alaska here, when you move further away from the equator, you have to distort the map. Now that's done so that you can draw a line from here to here and get the proper headings and distances. So when you want to travel up to here, no, he'll be back. Luke didn't realize he was our little in-house pet. So he temporarily banned him. And there's no way to undo that once you do it, so we got to wait the 5 minutes. So if I wanted to travel from, say, Florida to Buffin Bay, I'm actually traveling around a substantial curvature of the Earth to do that. And so if I were to make these the appropriate size, headings and distances wouldn't work. Well, I'll let him deal with you. Be nice. So in order to make these headings work, so for example, if I draw a line from Florida to Buffin Bay, I'm going to get the correct distance and the correct heading. But in order to make that work, they have to blow up the map as you go further from your point on the map. Otherwise, the heading and distance won't be correct because you're actually traveling around a substantial curvature of the Earth when you go from here to here. And so they make the objects up here bigger so that the headings and distances make sense. I'm only teasing you, Jeff. There was no seriousness there. He knows that we're cool here as long as people are family friendly. Boy, everybody's sensitive today. He knows we don't ban people just because we don't like what they say. That's not how we work here. Wow. People are feisty today. But that's what happens when you stretch a map to do this. Like, there's a way I can show it. Hang on.
I'll show you first.
There's a way to, I forget what it's called. There it is. That's it right there. So this would be a more correct map. I'm pretty sure he's just fucking with you, 3D Jeff. I don't think he's being nasty. At least I hope he's not. But this is what would happen if you took a globe and you sliced it up. So how do you get from this to this? Well, you have to stretch things. So you can see things here in the center don't have to stretch so far for it to connect. But as you go further and further up the globe, you got to stretch it further and further and further. Well, you don't have to be mean to people either, 3D Jeff. Just, be chill, man. One of the reasons I moved to New Mexico is everybody's a whole lot more chill here. People don't get so angry so much.
And it's peaceful.
But just looking at this, you can tell why. As you get further up north, this gap becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and so when you stretch it together, the map distorts more and more. Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot. He new mod. He didn't realize that we're cool with stuff like that as long as it's family friendly. We're not a band happy channel. But yeah, maps are fun. They're interesting like that. Come on, guys. No fighting. There ain't enough of you here for it to get lost in the noise. It becomes front and center.
No more fighting. Get along.
If you don't quit it, I'll feed you to the cats. And they're nasty.
Oh, we could feed them to our gremlin outside.
Oh, God. No, somebody told me to do this. Oh, my God, it fucking is. Poor Australia. I feel so bad for Australia now. Oh, that's wrong. Why can't I fucking click this?
Watch your mouth.
It goes away as soon as I try to click it. What the hell?
Doesn't like you.
Oh, it must be. I bet you it's ghostery. No zapping anybody. Look at this. Every time I go to click this, it goes away. Like, I get it. It's prejudice. I can click on these two, but not that one. That one there can go fuck itself. This one, that's okay. This one, that's okay. This one here, go fuck itself. No, it's alright. Don't worry about it. Look at that. That one right there, that one in particular can go fuck off. It won't let me click it. It goes away when I try to click it.
Tell them if they don't stop fighting, go meet
My guess is ghostery is doing something. It says one tracker blocked. That is freaking weird. So how do I get to that now? Because now I want. I can't get one now, but I want a copy of that T-shirt now. That is just so wrong. Sorry, Australia, you're just a ball of yarn. Now, obviously, most people can't do this. I mean, it's impossible for most people to do. But I just won't buy gas. I got 120 gallons of gas stored in my 4 vehicles. So that 120 gallons of gas is, well, it's 110 gallons plus the 10 that's in the Kia. So that's enough for me to drive, 3,000 miles? That's enough for me to drive 3,000 miles. I'm not likely to drive 3,000 gas miles in the next year. So I just won't buy any gas. I'll just start siphoning out of my storage tanks, which is basically the fuel tanks in the vehicles I have. I got 60 gallons in the bus. I got 24 gallons in the pickup truck. I got 20 gallons in the minivan. And 14 gallons in the Kia. And I think I have a little tank with like 20 gallons out back. And gas I've been meaning to process into ethanol-free gas for things like the lawn tractor and the generator and stuff like that. And so I can just stop buying gas. And for all my local driving, I have the electric car. And so, fuck you, Russia. Fuck you, oil. What are you gonna do? Let's see. This might lose the audio. Do you guys still have the audio? Well, it's just I don't feel safe. I don't feel super safe keeping gas in tanks, just because gasoline's dangerous. If you allow gasoline to mix with air and form a vapor, it's very, very dangerous. On top of that, gas just doesn't really last that long. Well, it does and it doesn't. The additives in the gas become a problem after time. But storing gas in the fuel tanks of the vehicles, there's nothing wrong with that. That's relatively safe. And I just happen to have 120 gallons worth of tankage sitting on the property. I got the school bus that's got 60 gallons in it, and I have the oh my God! Do you remember seeing that picture with the person filling the goddamn plastic bags and the oh. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not going to blow up. The probability of that gas blowing up and starting a fire is very small. But I'm just imagining 60 gallons of gas pouring all over their car and draining out of it and just watching all that money flow down the road. Yeah, the fumes, yeah. And also, by keeping the tanks in your... Assuming your cars are in good repair... Keeping the tanks full will also inhibit... you can still hear me good? Okay. You can inhibit the phase separation of fuel. Interestingly enough, the reason... Oh, God. The reason... you don't... The reason it's not good to store gasoline... The gas doesn't go bad. That's a myth. I've used 15-year-old gas in a car, and it ran just fine. Ran better than current gas. But the foot separation... the reason you don't want to store gas is because you'll get what's called phase separation. The alcohol, the ethanol, will separate from the gasoline. Because the ethanol is so hygroscopic, it'll actually absorb moisture right out of the air. It'll actually act like a sponge and a desiccant, and it'll actually draw moisture right out of the air. That's why when you have water in your lines, what do? You add alcohol. You add heat, which is alcohol. And the alcohol will absorb the water and bring it into solution, which will allow your thing to not freeze up. And the alcohol is heavier than the gasoline, so the frozen water at the bottom of your tank where it's frozen, the alcohol will go through the gasoline to the bottom of the tank because it's heavier than gasoline. Gasoline is lighter, so water and alcohol will sink in gasoline. And little ampules of gasoline. Well, you want some gas, buddy? I got a little gas for you. Now, phase separation is actually not a problem in cars, modern cars, as long as those cars are started every month or so. Start them, run them a little bit. Phase separation is not a problem because our cars use recirculating fuel systems. So you have a line coming out of your gas tank to a common pressurized fuel rail, and that fuel rail is kept pressurized, and the gas flows right back into your gas tank. So as soon as you start your car, you have a continuous cycle of gas running from your tank to your fuel rail, to your tank, to your fuel rail, to your tank, to your fuel rail. And so that will remix the water and alcohol, and you won't be just running your car off of water and alcohol, which would be bad for it. And then what happens is your injectors simply take from the fuel rail as they need it. When they pulse open, the pressure in the fuel rail is higher, and so when the injector pulses open, the fuel is forced into the cylinder head, and of course the fuel injector closes again. That's why you keep a common pressurized fuel rail. However, your small equipment, like your lawnmowers, your generators, your pressure washers, your lawn tractors, those, number one, the fuel tanks are nowhere near as sealed as your car's fuel system is because of evaporative circulation and stuff like that that cars need for emissions controls. Those either don't exist in small engines or they don't last very long. And so what happens is those little fuel tanks will allow atmospheric air in.
Nozzles
in which case the ethanol will begin absorbing water. And once you absorb a tipping point of water, I think it's 13%. 13% might be the amount of water gasoline can hold. I think gasoline can hold 13% water in solution. Yeah, I do remember Pygar doing the same thing. Oh, geez. Well, actually, we had a similar problem around here of gas stations ruining people's cars because the gas station was what the gas stations used to do is they used to take their water hose and they would stick their water hose in their fill-up tanks and they would fill their tanks with water. 13%. I guess they learned over time how much they can get away with, but gasoline will hold 13% water in solution. So if you have 100 gallons, you could safely put 10 gallons of water in your gas, and it would still stay in solution as gas. Well, the problem is, the moment we switched to E10, that didn't work anymore! Because now when they poured the water into the gas tank, the ethanol would phase separate and take the water with it. So if they had a 1,000-gallon tank, that tank has 100 gallons of ethanol in it. They would try to add 100 gallons of water, which was well below the 13% mark, that's 10%, and now they would have 200 gallons of ethanol and water at the bottom of the tank and 800s of gasoline on top of the tank. And they fucked people's cars with that. Because you would fill your tank with 20 gallons of water and ethanol. Oh my god. Well, needless to say, those gas stations changed their ways, got caught, or went out of business really fast. Oh god. I could see a little kid thinking that. Oh. But yeah, I mean, you know, those you learned really quickly which gas stations to avoid. Like it got so bad that I had a little ethanol test kit that I would keep with me, and whenever I'd go to a new gas station, you know, a little bit of gas in a soda bottle, you know, pour it in the beaker, shake it up, look at it, 16% ethanol? No thanks. See you later, buddy. I'll go to a different gas station. You'd be surprised how many gas stations are running, you know, 15 to 16% ethanol, and it was partially because they were adding water to their gas. And when you found the gas station that only had, like, you know, 6% ethanol, that's the gas station you went to, because in our older cars, the in the older cars, the difference in ethanol made a big difference in fuel economy. Woo! Yeah, I bet it stopped. But like my Geo Metro would actually drive further on 9 gallons of gas than it would on 10 gallons of E10. Like, the ethanol actually degraded my fuel economy to the point where if I remove the gallon of ethanol, I can actually drive further. Nice. 70 pounds, you can't beat it. It's still one of the best printers there is, in my opinion. My sister craves attention.
Craves attention.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
She craves attention.
I do not crave attention.
You do so.
I do not.
You do so.
Not anymore.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I learned my lesson. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I have.
Uh-huh.
Alright, I'm putting the milk away and I'm going back to my room. Why? Just because I said hi, everyone?
Uh-huh.
I crave attention? Then I won't say anything to your viewer.
Wow. And the engine's held up, huh?
What's the matter with my blue-eyed baby? Come here, my blue-eyed baby. I love you. I love you, Rosie. Aw. You love your mommy. Oh, you're so sweet. Mommy loves you too.
G-code. Update. Let's get rid of the heated bed. Yeah, yeah. Ethanol will attack non-rubber safe, non-alcohol safe rubbers and plastics. They probably sell for a stupid price. Okay, I think I got everything set up right. Oh, I don't need this. Oh, that's why I had to lift it up so high. No, this was not in the original code. Okay. Okay. Profile is restored. So we should be good to go. Tools, variable settings, 0.4, add, split, and then go down to 0.08 layer height. Six walls, or top and bottom. I think I can get away with no brim. I don't think I need a brim on this. So I want to see if I can get away with printing these battery holders. Methanol, haha. And you gotta be careful, you know, the wrong kind of methanol could blind you. It could destroy your eyeballs, it could cause all kinds of problems. Oh, that's right. I need to lower this, don't I? Oh no, it's there. It's solid. Okay. I think I still want to lower it a hair. So the offset negative 0.05. That's all together. Okay. The battery. Toolpath successfully exported. So, today we have a battery. That's kind of cool. Company sent me this battery to play with. What I did, the filament is wrapped around it, is I just took the 12 volts, the wire coming out of the ender, and ran it to this plug. So I am not using the 12 volt power supply that came with the ender. It's one of the reasons 12-volt printers are nice, is because you can run them directly off of one of these batteries. This is a pretty neat one. It's got a aluminum shell handle, wireless charging. It's got a legit LED light on the front. They can actually angle down and change the brightness, which I thought was pretty slick. As a display, shows you power consumption, battery status, etc. It has a decent number of USB ports, so it's got 3 regular USB ports, one of which is Quick Charge 3.0 and a USB-C PD. Sadly, the USB-C PD is one way. It's not bidirectional. Then you have your AC port, your DC port input, and your DC port output, and you have your 400 watt AC port on the bottom for your inverter. It also comes with a really nice case. I wish more of them would come with cases, but it comes with a really slick case that it's actually big enough to have 2 sections inside. One of the primary problems with these battery boxes, and this one is no exception, is that they don't charge by USB. So you have to use the actual barrel plug charger that it comes with. And that makes it, well, if you lose that, you're in trouble. Well, this case is big enough to have a separate section just for all your bricks, your 12 volt, your clamps, this, for example, is to allow you to plug in normal 12 volt stuff. So because you can store all of that in this insulated case, which is good for keeping the battery cool in the summer and keeping it warm in the wintertime, because lithium-ion batteries, you can't charge them when they're frozen. But nice case, and it even comes with a shoulder strap, which I liked. And it's orange. I like the orange. You could also plug a solar panel into it. And if you run, for example, an Ender 2 without a heat bed, you're only going to consume around 40 or 50 watts running the printer. Which means you're not going to exceed the capacity of your solar panel. You could plug a 60 to 100 watt solar panel into this, and you'll have enough power coming in via solar to not only offset the power the printer consumes, but to recharge the battery. So what I do when I travel, when I'm on at a rocket launch, I'll actually have a solar panel on the roof of my car, and that solar panel will be plugged into a battery box like this, and then the printer will be plugged into the battery box. Now, going direct 12 volts is important because the AC inverter has its own power consumption. So you're going to add about 10 or 11% to your power consumption. So instead of consuming 45, 50 watts, you're going to consume 55, 60 watts. And that might actually be enough to push you over that threshold for what your solar panel is producing. Not a huge problem, because you're still going to get 6 or 7 hours of runtime on this battery, 300 watt hours. And if you want to see the battery, that's the battery. I guess I could put it back here. My nickel strip all came off the roll this morning. The cat tried to get it and I had to stop him because that will cut him. I guess we can stick the battery back here so you can see it. It and the printer.
Yeah, you're a monkey.
Now, the only downside here is that it doesn't put out enough over 12 volts to run the heat bed, but I don't need the heat bed for the Ender 2. We're going to print those battery cases. And we are now heating up. And you can see now we're consuming power. So the heater cartridge is heating up, and it's obviously a 35 watt heater cartridge, since we're consuming about 35 watts. Or 30 watts, because the board and LCD probably consume 5 or so watts. I did successfully print those battery holders, and they work. The ones I was working on last week. So this does work inside my camera, on my video units. The only bad thing is I need to figure out how to enable that center pin because they won't charge in it. Well, we're going to swap nozzles on this. And then this is the 2CR5 one, which was actually easier to put together. So now I use two CR123 rechargeable cells inside this case to replicate the 2CR5 battery. Where is that battery? Probably in here. I don't know where it is. I don't care. It looks like that. It looks like it's a 2CR5 replacement. And that worked out very well as well. So I was very pleased. I'm also going to... The one unit I bought came with this. I can show you here. Which I thought was pretty cool. So I am going to... I'm going to try to replicate this week. So this is a little stand, which I thought was pretty slick. It's really hard to open, but these actually open up and lock. So now you have this little stand to put your device on. You know, when you're showing people it, or if you're just having it sit there downloading your content. I want to try to replicate that. I want to try to produce that as a print, print the parts, use filament as a hinge, and I want to try to make this as a 3D print, something you can 3D print. I could probably make it a print in place, but that's a little bit beyond my skill set. So I'll be happy just to have it fold. And then it just folds down and folds up into this little case. But the real kicker is I got that charger I've been dying for. So I got that external charger that charges up 2 cells. This also requires the 3rd pin. It has all 3 pins in there. And if I put a real battery in there, it turns green and starts charging. But if I put my battery in there, it does not charge the battery. So if I plug that in, is this it? Please, Michelle. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. So when I plug that in, you'll see the real battery turns green, but mine turns orange. So it won't charge it. And I think that's because it doesn't have that thermistor in there. Yeah, I'm hoping it's just a thermocouple and that I can spoof it with a resistor. Or get a thermocouple and make it real. We are printing. There we go. Yeah, it looks good. Go. And we are consuming 44 watts while printing. 43, 44 watts. So you could very easily off-grid this printer. You notice how silent it is. This is one of my heavily modified Ender 2s. So this one has the metal feeder unit, Capricorn, has my custom 30mm fan for the cooling, plus a cooling fan on the side, which has stopped working. I think one of these wires is a loose connection. It also has dampers on the stepper motors, which is why you can barely hear them making any noise. And of course, it's rigged for DC power. So this thing will run it'll run 44 watts all day long. Yeah, it's also got a little LED. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, there it is. I got a little LED that lights up the nozzle so I can see what it's doing. It really does make a big difference. I probably should put a little switch there to turn the LED off, but it takes so little power, I just don't care. No, these are not 2208s. These are, what are those, 488 ones, the original ones? Like these are the noisy ones. The only reason you don't hear them is because I've installed stepper dampers on the 2-stepper motors. No, bed is cold. Is that failing right there? Yes, it is. That's not attaching properly right there. That might fail because of that one corner, but it might hold up because the other 3 corners were okay. Well, this has got that fabric style print surface that the original Ender 2s came with, so it doesn't actually need a heated bed. For PLA. Just for PLA. So this corner right here did not succeed. This is probably a bad idea, but sometimes you can pinch it off and just get rid of it. That worked. I got lucky that time. So at least it doesn't make the second layer fail. Yeah, it's looking good. Yep, it's staying down. Ooh, I got lucky. It stuck. So we're okay. I think this is the original Ender 2 Pro. There was a second version of the Ender 2 towards the end of its life cycle that, for example, the bed could go to 110 degrees Celsius that it couldn't do on the first version. Which was nice to have. Well, with a printer like this, you just grab the knob. When you've gotten used to it, when you've gotten the experience to be able to just do it, you just live adjust. You just go in there and just tweak that knob and you're good. Granted, it's a little easier on a tiny printer. Although I'm still a little too thick on that layer, but that's okay. Now we're doing 0.08 layers. So we're in resin territory now for layer height. Your typical resin layer height is 0.05. And this will do a 0.05 layer. Like an Ender 3 typically won't. In theory it could, but you have to really fine tune your kinematics to get that. And you can see how super clean that next layer coming up is. When it switches, you'll see what I mean. Ooh, like glass. See how smooth that layer is there on the other side? And that'll get smoother as the elephant's foot goes away. We actually have a lift off there. So what you do is you push it down, and once you get enough layers, the plastic will hold itself down. Too much dust. I probably should have cleaned 60 millimeters a second max speed. Obviously acceleration and jerk will reduce that. And once the layers get established, I can go faster because it's only 0.08 layers, so I won't have to worry about plastic shearing too much. Just making sure that layer stays flat. It likes to play goosey. Oh no! Don't steal parts from the Ender too. These are my go-to machines. I'm probably going to set up a farm in my bathroom. I'm probably going to take all those printers out of the bathroom except for the Chiron, and I'm probably going to set up a rack in the middle and have my 11 Ender 2s on that rack, just for shiggles. Boy, that's some smooth layers there. As it pops out back here, you'll see how smooth that layer is. Just remember, as you go down in layer height, you have to go up. The QQS Pro is good. Well, the QQS can move at 300 millimeters per second. You ain't gonna print at 300 millimeters per second. Now, maybe at low layer height, where you don't have to worry about plastic shearing so much, maybe, but even then I would question it. Yeah, I should have cleaned off this bed first. I have some peeling on the corners. The bed is covered in dust. I haven't used this printer since, I went to Colorado. Hey, DeWitt, we are running the Ender 2 off a battery. So, off-grid power. And you can plug a solar panel into if you want. It depends on what kind of farm. Although it's legal here now. That kind of farm is now illegal in New Mexico. Now the problem with peeling is not so much the part coming off as the print head crashing into that peeled up bit. Cat. Anything he wants. I was thinking about growing some and then giving them to people, but even giving it away, you still require a license to transfer from one person to another, and that's no bueno for me, because a lot of people still don't realize that you can create restrictions in your life that you're not aware of when you do that. Because even though it's legal in my state, it's still a federal felony. So that can have impacts on, for example, your gun rights, your ability to apply for a federal job, stuff like that. So until it's legal on the federal level, be careful what you do regarding that stuff, even if it's legal in your state. The real issue with FDM printing these will be when it starts to print some of the little tiny islands. Are any of those going to actually work? Guess we'll find out. It's spam. Well, not a Dollar Tree just increased the price of spam by 230%, so screw Dollar Tree. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute, it's right here. Says 3 hours. We're probably not going to wait that long. No, we're not going to wait that long. Because I want to get the new nozzles in. Were you bored early this morning? No, I woke up a little late. Also had to shave, and I didn't have any shirts left, so I had to wait till the dryer was done. I did a bunch of laundry last night, and I didn't realize that I'd done basically just underwear and shorts in the first load, and all my shirts were in the second load, so I had to dry the second load. We only run the dryer at night. Oh yeah, this is my travel printer. This is what I take when I go on trips and stuff like that. Small, compact, low power. We're consuming 50 watts right now, 46 to 51 watts. Says we have 6 hours of runtime, and I started off at 83%. Well, they would still be aliens in that regard. What message? Was it the, that funniest shit, that TikTok video I found that was really funny as hell? Yeah, wasn't that great? These guys built this drone. It can go over 200 miles an hour. It's shaped like a rocket ship because it has to be stable. Because when this thing goes, horizontally, it almost completely tilts. It's at like this much of an angle when it's flying horizontally. So it has to actually be aerodynamically shaped, otherwise it'll go unstable. So the thing literally takes off like a rocket ship. And hang on. So it's this one here. So that's the drone right there. And it has to be this shape in order to be stable. Yes, that's an Ender 2. So this thing can pull G's, like some serious G's when it takes off. So here's the... Yeah, and literally, someone realized it was a flying dildo. It was so good. Hey, Mike. It was so good. Oh, I just love that. But yeah, that drone, I believe they surpassed 200 miles an hour, like 216 miles an hour or something like that. It's stupid fast. I mean, you have to fly at FPV because you're not flying at line of sight. You're not going to be able to react fast enough. You just that thing is just, it's ridiculous. It's from Scott Patrick Official. The name is Forgive Me. Yeah, that thing hauls ass. UFO. Yeah, that would definitely be a UFO if it flew by you. Well, we're probably going to cancel them, but I'm trying to see if I can print the battery holders that I made for my Ender, Epson photo viewers and the 2CR5, if I could print them FDM. If any printer can print them FDM, it'll be this one. Painkiller 243. Oh my god. This is the Ender 2. So this is one of the earliest Creality printers and still one of the best printers ever made, in my opinion. This is the old 12-volt version. But I can get print quality out of this that even, well, maybe the Ender 2 Pro could touch this print quality. But you could do resin resolution prints on this. You could print at 0.04 layer height. Yeah, not too many FDM machines can say that. That one's peeling up a little bit in the corner right there. We're probably going to stop it because I want to put a new nozzle on it. I want to put the 0.4 millimeter. Yeah, I have quite a few Ender 3s. But when you're traveling in the back of a car and you want to run the thing off of a battery, we're consuming 49 watts. I've got over 5 hours of runtime on a battery. So I could plug a solar panel into this and keep it fully charged up running on solar power, which is not as easy to do with the larger printers. And I can also stick 2 or 3 of these in the back of my car. Which is pretty cool. you need a new centering ring right there in the middle of the field, and nobody has the 29 to BT101 centering ring, I could just print one. That's the old, this is the old one. This is the original Ender 2. Probably. Where's that light coming from? Huh. I wonder, oh, that's just the camera gaining up? Now, the Kingroon KPS3 is really nice. Yeah, the Kingroon did a nice job. I mean, they're cheaper printers, but you know, you relube the bearings in those rails, and they work just fine. And they get almost as good a print quality. They're nice machines. Yeah, I know. I saw it back here. It's peeling. It's not major. It's peeling a tiny bit right there. That's supposed to curve up. And so the curve is enhancing the curve. But that's okay. It won't affect anything. Got a little peel right here, too. I probably should have... and also my cooling isn't working. Oh, yes, it is. Hey, my parts cooling's working. I added parts cooling to the Ender 2. So that's this whole mount here is I have it on Thingiverse. So that you can put a 30mm dual ball bearing fan. And is that loose? No. It's all dusty though. Yes, the Kingroon's pretty nice. The linear rails. You can actually make the Kingroon a little bit smaller because of the linear rails. So you don't have to have these bits sticking out on the end. In theory, the Kingroon could go, could keep the same size, but have a larger build volume in theory. Because, for example, this chunk of the printer here could be replaced with a linear rail, which would allow you to move this rail further left and increase the size. Well, the problem with the direct drive is that adds a lot of mass on the end. And contrary to popular belief, there's not that big a difference with direct drive, especially when printing normal materials. I actually use, if I need pressurized air, I use an airbrush compressor with an airbrush nozzle. I just don't put anything in it. And then you have pressurized air without the expense of buying those cans. I have a little one here somewhere, a little battery powered one as well. It has a heated bed, but we're not using it right now because that would actually consume more power than the 12-volt port on that could provide, and you typically don't need it. Not yet. We're going to install that. That's what we're going to install. We're going to put the diamond nozzle on the printer today. Come on, focus. But yeah, that's what we're going to attempt to install today. I'm kind of excited to try it. Is that a standard size? Nope. That's not going to fit. Oh, I didn't think of that. Do I have a wrench this will fit? Where's that other wrench I just had here? Oh, I don't know if I have a wrench to fit that. Might have to go dig one up. I thought these would fit it, but these are too big. Yeah, the numbers on paper look amazing. Like, you look at the numbers on paper and you go, that is perfect for 3D printing. Like, you can't get better. Now, whether or not it'll live up to those numbers, that's another story. But so far, I've not heard anything bad about it, except the price. They are a little bit pricey. Although I found it's nowhere near as good as this, but I found a knockoff Ruby nozzle for 20 bucks, so I grabbed it. Yeah, I know. This is very, very dusty. You can see all this crud building up on here. That's probably why the part's peeling a little bit. There's probably, yeah, you can see it. There's dust all over the bed. So the PLA is sticking to the dust and not the part. Well, they're not the shiny nozzles, the shiny diamonds, because they are polycrystalline, which is actually superior for our purposes because you can't cleave them. That means they're much, much more rugged than, for example, the ruby diamond, which is a monocrystal. It's a grown single crystal, so it can shatter. This, you're probably never going to damage this. The likelihood of you doing damage to this is very low. Exactly. You shouldn't be able to cleave this because it's polycrystalline. So there is no continuous geometric fault line going through the part. That's why it's opaque and not clear. You know, you're wondering, diamond, why isn't it clear? Well, it's because it's polycrystalline and not monocrystalline. Exactly. But you don't realize how small 0.4 is until you're looking at one and you're like, damn, that's small. I'm going to have to add little supports onto this here. Ha! Facebook is showing me one of my old pictures. Remember when that guy on Twitter tried to steal that picture? That's sitting on top of my car in front of my house. My old house. What a douche nozzle that guy was. I saw your post, Ben, about the dipsticks in Washington. Oh, that's good. I like that. Oh, good. That's what we're going to install today, a Diamondback nozzle. We're going to install one of these today. Come on, autofocus. Come on. There it is. That's what we're going to install today. The launch director took a jab at Putin today. They're launching a Starlink mission, more Starlink satellites. And he says, "Time to let the American broomstick fly and hear the sounds of freedom. Launch directors go for launch." Just a little playful jab. The point for me is that this nozzle is an everlasting nozzle. It's more durable. It's higher efficiency. So better thermal conductivity means I'll be able to go faster, and I'll never have to change it again, ever. I mean, and I could print anything with this. The lower friction modifier of the polycrystalline diamond means it should do better with TPU and PETG. The better thermal conductivity should be better for PETG and ABS. Yes, I print ABS on this printer. And it also means that if I want to print, carbon fiber, PETG or PLA or ABS or Kevlar or glass-filled filaments, I can do that. And now the one printer in the back of my car on the field running off of a battery can print absolutely anything I want. This will do 100 millimeters a second, especially at this layer height. Hit the focus button. Oh, it was probably focusing on the rail instead of the bed. It is. This is the original Ender 2. So we're now printing at a max speed of 120 millimeters a second. Whether or not it could actually reach that speed because of acceleration and jerk, I don't know, but it's going pretty quick. So if you double the speed on your screen, you're probably going 25 to 35% faster because jerk and acceleration become a factor. If you really want to print fast, the only way you're doing that is to increase your jerk and acceleration. If you can increase your jerk and acceleration, you're really not going to go faster. Yeah, I figured it was. Although this firmware... Oh no, I just dropped that freaking nozzle. Oh no. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh, this is going to be fun. Well, it's brass. Found an SD card. Oh, I think I found it. Found one of my batteries too. Woo! Lucky. Well, Barbie dolls are typically meant to reflect what we want reality to be. The problem is, it pushes people toward an unhealthy reality. Found it. See you later, Vaughn. And keep in mind, we're printing at 0.08 layer height, and it's doing a good job of it, too. I'm actually surprised some of those channels are working. Ugh. Yeah, this is one of the rechargeable batteries. That's a little it's a lithium battery with a micro USB port on it, and you can charge up by plugging it directly into a USB port. It's a lithium battery. It's still my favorite printer. Yeah, this is the last model of the Ender 2. So there's a lot of those firmware restrictions are unrestricted, and you can even change them in the printer itself. Like this one has baby stepping, and you can change a lot of those default settings, so you can make this printer go faster. I don't think there was. I've looked around. I've never found an original printer called Ender. At least I haven't found one. Good afternoon, 3D Medic. Diamond on your finger? Honey, my printer broke. Bring that ring. Really? Let's do a search. I have a box camera somewhere. No. I'm trying to see if there is. No, that can't be it. That could be it. This might be it.
The Ender is the smallest 3D printer that has entered my workshop.
You know, this might be it. It's got a power brick. I wonder if this could be, if the original Ender was just a precursor to the Ender 2. It looks just like the Ender 2, though. It looks identical to the Ender 2. Same bed, power brick, same X-axis arm, same vertical gantry, same surround, same power switch. Yeah, I remember that now. The early Ender 2s did have a power brick. Yeah, this looks identical. I can't tell the difference. Yeah, I can't tell. This was 2017, so it's the right era. You know, the Wikipedia page is useless. Yeah, the going theory is that the original Ender was basically an Ender 2. Okay, so we have to look for something pre-2016. I don't know. I do not know. I don't see any information on it. I'm looking through Google trying different searches, but probably not. Inspect the end of the nozzle and see if it looks damaged. If it doesn't look damaged, you're probably fine. That was JG asking if he should replace the nozzle if he scraped it on glass. Probably not, unless it's damaged. Okay, it looks like the first 3D printer was the CR3. First Creality 3D printer. Was the CR3 in 2014. They've got a pretty good list of their printers here, so I'm seeing if... Oh, wow. I wouldn't mind getting a CR5060. Holy crap. Build volume of 500 by 500 by 600. Hey, Creality, send me one of those. Jesus. Oh, no, never mind. Send me a CR5080. 500 by 500 by 800 millimeters. Wow. Yes, please. I want one of those. JG, white fuzzy stuff on the rollers. If you look here, you see I have some on my rollers right here. You see I have a little bit right there. That's just dust, usually. Now, if the roller is actually changing shape, it could indicate that these are too tight. If those are too tight, that will wear the rollers prematurely. But as long as those aren't too tight, I wouldn't worry about it. I don't care. I got 220 here. And I doubt it does. But I know I want one. I know I want one really badly. Wow. 558. I could print some big stuff with that. Oh. If you check out my page, Nerisse.com, and go to my 3D printing tip section, I have an entire video just on adjusting these eccentric nuts. You basically want to loosen it until this wobbles, and then tighten it until it stops wobbling, and that's it. Do not over tighten. As long as you don't over tighten it, you won't have a problem. And just every now and then, just put something on here as it rolls back and forth, and you'll clean up all the fuzz on the rollers. Bill yet, Wyatt. So, what is that? I don't see anything on the Creality CR3. Apparently that was their first. Apparently that was their first 3D printer in 2014, was the CR3, but I can't find anything on that printer. So after 53 minutes of printing, we've gone down 14% in power. The bed's disconnected altogether. You can see, here's the bed cable down there. So there's no connection to the heat bed at all. I'm surprised it's printing these channels as well as it is. Although I'm pretty sure these holes up front are not going to be open. Yep, this is running on a battery. Let me go find a wrench for this. I'll be right back. I'm going to go find a wrench for this so that we can... I want to put the new nozzle in. Seriously. That hurts so much. Nope.
actually go?
I'm Groot.
You say something? Nothing shifted. There's no shift. It looks okay. Yeah. Looks fine to me. Oh, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, there's no shift. Yeah, it looks fine. I can get rid of that window. Give you a better view. Yeah, it's fine. No, this is a 300 watt hour lithium ion battery pack. So it has USB ports, a light, wireless charging. You can input solar panel into it to charge it up. Has QC3 and PD, 400 watt AC port. I'm actually plugged directly into the 12 volt DC port for most efficiency. Hey, I found some old gift cards that actually still have money on them. So these have got to be 5 or 6 years old. That's a Regal card. It's got 25 bucks on it. I just checked, and we do have a Regal Movies, and they have $5 Tuesdays. So that'll get us 5 movie tickets. And then I found this old $25 Visa card, gift card. Someone must have given me at some point. But it's getting up there in age. These usually have a 6-year expiration on them, and it's 24, so that means it's at least 4 years old. And what I'm really excited about is I bought these a while ago. I found my Chevron card. I don't remember whether I put 50 bucks on here or 100 bucks on here. And I can't check the balance online. It doesn't let you. So Next time we go into Albuquerque, I'm going to stop by the Chevron and see if there's anything on here. See if it's still good. So I was like, sweet! Yeah, this is there's a link in the description. So you have your AC port, DC ports, USB ports, your screen, your LED light, and then on the top you have wireless charging, which actually works. And what I love is it comes with a case, an insulated case. So nice unit. So that is that unit right there. 300 watt hour. It's got a 300 watt hour, 296 watt hour battery. It's not a volt amp type deal like the lead acids are. It's a 300 watt hour lithium battery, 80,000 milliamps, and has a 400 watt AC inverter. And it has the ability to force the AC inverter to stay on. So if you plug a very low power draw device into it, it won't automatically shut off. That's $155. Not bad. Not the greatest unit I've used. For this unit to be better, I'd like to see that USB-C PD port be bi-directional, 100 watt, so that I could charge this 100 watts over USB-C. And I would also like to see the DC port beefed up. Right now this DC port maxes out at about 50 watts. Any more than that and it won't be able to provide enough power. So I'd like to see at least 150 watts out of the DC port. And I'd like to see lithium iron phosphate batteries. So that'd be nice. It's water resistant, so it's splash resistant, even more so once you put it inside the case it comes with. It comes with clamps, but you can use it to charge a battery, but not jump a battery. Doesn't have enough power output. So it's got good AC power output, but not the greatest DC power output. Good USB output. It has, is there a picture of it? Yeah, so the USB ports, it's got a Type-C PD port, a QC3 port, and 2 regular 2 amp ports. So it's got a decent array of USB ports. And it's a metal case, which I like. So if this was, you know, $200-250, I'd say no deal. That'd be too much money for its limitations. But for $155, that's not bad. Especially for the all-metal construction and the inclusion of a case and the nice array of USB ports. And the light is surprisingly useful. That will genuinely light up an area for like changing a car tire or something like that. The primary limiting factor for this model is the lackluster output on the DC port. It's only 50 watts. It says 30 watts, but it'll pull 50 watts. Ouch. Yeah, well, this won't do that. Well, okay, this can do that for this. I mean, obviously, I can plug the charger in while the printer is printing, and it will kind of act like a UPS, but max 50 watts over the DC port. The reason I'm not using the AC port is then I have to bring that AC power supply with me, and now I get less runtime because I'm running the AC inverter, which has its own power consumption, usually about 10-11%. So by running it strictly on DC, it's a whole lot more compact, and it's a whole lot more power efficient. And then you can get a solar panel like this. You really want about a 100 watt solar panel. because that 100-watt solar panel is only going to give you about 50 or 60 watts in real output, which is enough to charge this while running the printer. So for in the field usage, it's pretty cool. Do I have that solar panel here? No, I think that solar panel, I think that's still in the car. Yeah, it's in the car. But what I do is I strap that solar panel across my roof rack. You know, I just tie it down with a couple bungees so the wind doesn't blow it away. And that solar panel is enough to keep this charged up while running this. And if the clouds come over or something like that, it doesn't matter. The battery's there. And that battery will run for 6 or 7 hours. So, not bad. Actually, it should be right about 6 hours. Because 300 watt hours, 50 watts, about 6 hours. But that's my favorite solar panel. Not only because it's orange, but it's also stupidly tough. It's very, very durable. It's got built-in USB ports as well as the DC port, so you can also charge up like your little USB battery pack. It's got enough power output to do both. Yeah, true. You can run the printer for days. The car sitting there will consume more power than the printer will. Nothing much in the storage containers. I did get an entire row of shelving units put in, and those are getting filled up as I clear out all the crap up front. I think as much as I miss being in the Vine program, I think it was kind of a blessing. I was getting too much stuff. Like, it was getting out of hand. It was really, really getting out of hand. So... in description. So I have a copy of both of those links in the description. And I'll get you a real-time link right there. No, you put that on your channel. Yeah, whoever bought the 300 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery, you both rock and suck at the same time. So one of you, I'll show you. There we go. So one of you bought a 300 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery for $1,000. I got a $46.80 commission off of that, so that rocks. And it also sucks because I'd kill to have one of those batteries. Oh boy, would I love to have one of those batteries. Yeah, I don't think these slots up here are going to come out. I think the string between the parts is closing the slots. Plus, make sure you use my link. How much does that crazy thing cost? It's not that expensive. $600 to $900. That's Verizon. Verizon. Is it only Verizon? No, it says US version. Yeah, but what network? Now the Z Fold 3, that's a $1,600 phone. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, it's about 600 bucks for the Galaxy Flip 3. The clamshell one, pretty nice. He's looking at, not what I wanted. He's looking at that. Not much storage though, only 128 gig. Oh, they have 256 gig as well. And 512 gig for the big one. It says T-Mobile locked, but Hello Mobile is T-Mobile. The rose gold one's pretty nice looking. Really, I'm surprised they would release a laggy phone. I'm surprised they would do that. Yeah, I need to make this end thicker. That's too thin. It'll flex under the spring tension of the battery. I hope so. They're reaching kind of a plateau where they're having difficulty figuring out what to do next. Yeah, I got 8 gig of RAM on mine too. This whole thing. 256 gigs of storage plus my 400 gig SD card and 8 gigabytes of RAM. It's one of the first Chinese-made phones that actually feels like a flagship. And the cameras are almost up to snuff. The cameras are not bad. Well, iCrap sucks, so I just wish it had the laser rangefinder. I really wanted the laser rangefinder. Although one problem with the phone is that using it as a tool is difficult because it can't sit flat because it's got this huge bump for the 3.5 watt speaker. So what they need is they need to have a chunk out here so it'll sit flat, so it'll sit level. Oh, he ain't gonna nuke anybody. Nobody's gonna throw nukes. The chance of anybody throwing nukes ended with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What I like about this one is it has a decent main camera. It's got a really good macro camera, even though it's only 2 megapixels. But then I have the night vision camera and the thermal camera, all in one unit. I really, really like that. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, interesting. So you can see the latent heat on the print itself and how hot the hot block is and how effective the cooling is. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, you can see the cooling fan is doing an unusually good job. And it's going to have trouble measuring the heat block. Although it's showing a max of 375 degrees. Because it's shiny. Well, apparently they're having trouble keeping good soldiers, and Ukraine might actually be able to beat them. I guess when your military is made up of conscripts, that's a problem. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I just ordered this adapter, which I thought was pretty slick. So I grabbed this cheap SSD for 20 bucks and this adapter that allows you to plug an SSD into a SATA SSD into a PATA 44-pin port, which some of the older Photofine units use PATA drives because they predate the SATA drives. The new one, like the P7000, uses a SATA drive. I don't know what year it cuts off. I got a 3000, so I'll tear that one apart and see what kind of drives in there. But for $8 I can get these little adapters because the 120 gig SATA drive is 20 bucks, but a 120 gig PATA drive is like $100. They're not cheap anymore. It's good. I guess there's a premium price on those old 44-pin SSDs. So a little $8 adapter allows me to use the $20 drive, assuming there's enough space inside there, and there should be. Assuming there's enough space inside there to accommodate the adapter. That's not bad for a 512 gig, $46. But I'm going to put a terabyte in my big one. Just because I can. No other reason. Just because I can. Huh. Well, I guess I'll find out. Because I'm gonna include one of these with some of the camera kits for the better cameras. So I can now make batteries for them, and then put an SSD in it to make it solid state and increase the storage. Like this only has a 20 gig hard drive in it or something like that, or 20 or 40 gig hard drive. So 120 gig hard drive, SSD upgrade plus replacement batteries. That's pretty nice. Get the Dremel. Not yet. I just received the cases in. Really? Fuck you. Fucking box. Goddamn peanuts. So I just received the cases in. So these are the backpack camera cases. And the camera kits will be like that. So nice kit. So this is the what is this, the 5300? Yeah. This is the D5300 with a 1855 DX lens and an 55-200 VR lens. So this one has stabilization. So that's gonna be a nice kit. There's your charger. It's got the grip with the dual batteries. Your USB port, all your caps. So there's your body caps and your grip plug. It'll come with a pair of 4 gigabyte SD cards, which for the older cameras, plenty. That's a lot of pictures you can fit on there. That's 500 pictures. So you'll have enough to take 1,000 pictures. So it's going to work out pretty nice, I hope. So I'm gonna go all out for the nicer cameras. So for example, the 7D and the 6D, I'm hoping to get maybe $1,000, $1,100 for those kits. Those are going to be the ones that come with the nicer lenses, all the little extras. It'll come with one of these that's fully functional, upgraded to a SSD, and upgraded to be able to use replaceable batteries. So it's going to be pretty nice. I hope. Because I got about 3 months before I'm going to run out of money. So I've got to start selling these to pay off some debt. Otherwise, in 3 months, things are going to get sketchy. I hope so. I'll find out when I try to sell them. I don't know if it's going to be profitable. It was profitable the last time I did it 5 or 6 years ago. I'm hoping it still will be, especially with glass prices being so high. So I'm hoping. I should have done it a year ago when the pandemic was in full rage, because people would have been doing this kind of stuff more. So we'll see. Hopefully I didn't wait too long. See you later, Ronald. So hopefully these adapters will work for the older units. And this one has a bad hard drive. So I've got 2 more P2000s coming in. As long as one of them works, I should be able to clone the hard drive. And once I clone the hard drive, then I can just copy to a new hard drive. The heads are going. You can hear it doing a click, 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 click. Yeah, the heads are shot. I'm waiting for the price to start going up when people realize they can get batteries now. I think one of the reasons those are available so cheap. I can't sell the 3D printers though. You know, because there's nobody local. I tried. I had 3D printers up for sale. No bites. or the prices people were willing to pay wasn't worth me selling. I put up a Ender 3 clone, and I had people offering me $40, $50. It's like, I'd rather let it sit in a box and give it to you for $40. It's one of the downsides of living here in the middle of nowhere is that some things just aren't worth much. There's nothing I can do about it. And you can't ship them. You see how much shipping costs lately? So let's say, okay, Ender 3. How much can I sell an Ender 3 for? I mean, think about it. Even if I do the work to break the printer down so I can fit it into a more compact box, you're talking $50, $60 to ship the thing. So now, even matching a brand new price, I'm down to $120. They're going to want to sell it used, so now I'm down to $60 because one half price used, and then they're going to pay me $60 plus they're going to pay $60 in shipping, $120. Even that's a dicey deal because you can buy them new for $140 to $160 shipped. So what do? Sell it for $40? I'm going to pay $20 in taxes, so I'm going to make $20. I'd rather keep the printer. I'd literally rather keep the printer. Now, if I was still in the Philadelphia area, that might have worked, because you'd be within driving distance of New York City, Atlantic City, Philadelphia, even Harrisburg is only 2 hours away, so it's not so bad. So I'd have a huge volume of people to sell to. But out here, I got 600,000 people in Albuquerque, and none of them want a 3D printer. At least not at a reasonable price. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but there was no money in it. There's just no money. If I'm only going to make $20 or $30, it's not even worth doing. And it's not even like I can sell 100 of them at $20 or $30, and make $2 or $3 grand. I'd be able to sell 1 or 2 before I've saturated the market here. So it's kind of annoying. At least the camera, you could ship that for $20, $25. Because it's much more compact. Huh. That's crazy. A-nets for $150. 150 pounds. $200 for an A-net. Wow. Not around here. Why would anybody pay 150 pounds for an A-net A8 when you could buy an Ender 3 for the same price? Has U.S. shipping actually gotten more expensive than European shipping? Because I can't ship a printer for 30 pounds here. Well, I guess 30 pounds is pretty close. If I did first class, parcel post, maybe I could do that for $40, $45, which would be about 30 pounds. What is 30 pounds? So that'd be $40. So I was right, 30% more. So $40. I never got a quote that cheap for. I've never been able to ship for $40. Maybe if you have an account. But even if I could ship for $40, so let's say 137 pounds, you're losing 7 pounds right away to eBay. Then you're also going to lose a percentage to PayPal, which is going to be another 4 or 5 pounds, because it's about 5%. Actually, it's going to be the PayPal fee is going to be about 5% of 167 pounds. So it's going to be about 7 pounds to PayPal. So that's 130. See, why would you do that? Why would you pay 167 pounds when you could buy a brand new one for 220. I guess that is a pretty big difference. It's 50 pounds. That's like 70 bucks. Oh, here it's separate. Here you have the eBay fees, and then you have the PayPal fees. So I would have to pay the roughly $5 to eBay. That sounds about right. And then I would have to pay about $7 to PayPal. And so now we're down to what, 125, and I'm gonna have to pay what would that be? Uh, 0.3 plus 4.5. I'm gonna have to pay 20% in taxes. So 137 times 0.8. That's still 109. I mean, it's not horrible. Minus the 7 to PayPal, minus the 5 to eBay, 97 pounds. Well, here I have to count it as income. The eBay would charge them sales tax, so I don't have to worry about that. But I would have to pay 15.3% federal income tax plus 4.5% state income tax, and I'd be over the 12K threshold, so another 9.6%. So times 0.9, 85. It'd be down to 85 pounds after taxes. Yeah, we don't get that too often around here. I've seen that every now and then, but that doesn't happen too often with eBay. But it's only like $5. The eBay fees aren't that bad. It's the fact that in the U.S. they stack. So you got to pay eBay their fees, then you got to pay PayPal their fees, and then you have the big problem in the U.S. I don't know if this is a problem in the U.K., but in the U.S. we have a huge problem with people just saying, not as described, and then eBay gives them their money back and says, do you want the printer? You got to pay for the shipping to get it back. So you have to sell everything as parts or repair. This way they can't say it doesn't work and demand a refund. It's pretty nasty here in the U.S. People game that system pretty badly. But yeah, it's just... On top of that, here in the U.S., you can get an Ender 3 for under 160 bucks. Hell, you got the freaking electronics store selling them for $99. You can get a coupon code and get an Ender 3 for $99. So even though you can only get one of those at that price, in people's minds, that's the max they're going to pay. And so now you've got to subtract. So from my perspective in the U.S., I'm competing with a $99 printer. So I would have to then take that $100 printer and subtract $40 for shipping. I'd have to subtract 5 for eBay, subtract 7 for PayPal. That brings me down to $48. And then times 0.7, I'd make $33. If I could sell the printer for $100, which would be hard to do. If I could sell the printer for $100 and I had to ship it, it would be, I'd make $33 in profit. It's not worth it. It's not even worth bothering at $33. It's not worth wasting my time. If it takes me 3 hours of my life to process it, I've already made negative money. If I'm just paying myself $10 an hour, I'm already spending over $30 in labor. And now, if I didn't have to ship it, I'm making $73. That might be worth it. You see, that's not how it works here. That's because you have consumer protection laws that work on both ways. It protects the consumer, but it also keeps the consumer from ripping off the seller. Here in the U.S., we do not have those protections. All they have to do is say, it wasn't as described. I want my money back. And that's it. They get their money back. So now I have to pay the postage to ship that printer back to me, assuming the person didn't break it. Now I have already spent $80 for a $100 printer. If I try to sell it again, I'm negative money. So yeah, you must have some very different consumer protection laws in place in the UK. We do not have those here in the US. Here in the US, it's very, very sketchy. That's why I prefer selling in person, because then it's cash, and they can't demand a refund. You know, I plug in one of these batteries, turn the printer on, show them it working, and we're good. But the problem is where I live, there's not many people. My town is 3,700 people. There's maybe 8,000 people within a half an hour of me. Wow. That's incredible. Nice turnaround on that. I mean, I don't begrudge people being able to profit like that. Shit, if you can make that kind of money, do it. Well, because you're not near me. I always tell you we can meet someplace local, but you never show up or you never agree. You always go on about, I always say, let's hang out. You know, I've got a Denny's right there. It's a mile and a half away. Or we can meet somewhere in Albuquerque. Go to, you know, Outback Steakhouse or something like that. I've met other viewers locally. You know, they're passing through town, and I meet them, and we'll go out to dinner in town. It's a lot of fun. I wasn't going to let these finish, but it's actually doing a halfway decent job. I might let this finish. And it looks like those gaps actually printed. Nice. So you made 85 pounds. Not bad. Making $100 on that transaction. Wow. You see, again, they're in the UK, they're in Europe, you have access to a lot of people locally. I don't. So to give you an idea, sometime today, so here's my town of Edgewood. There's about 3,700 people here. There's about 8,000 people here. Okay? Keep in mind, that will take you 40 minutes to cross that distance. Okay? Now here, I have about 600,000 people I can get access to. Probably closer to 800,000 when you start including Bernalillo and Las Lunas and stuff like that. But a lot of these people are not into 3D printing. Nice. QQS Pro is a nice machine. I got one right here. Yeah, if you can find an STL, you could probably print it. But yeah, I just don't have access to enough people. Now, on the flip side, where I used to live, right, there we go, where I used to live right here, this map that you're looking at, there's like 15 million people here. Get the Senior Pro. Get the big one. This section of the map you're looking at right here, there's over 15 million people, and this is 1 hour drive. So from here to here is 1 hour. So I had access to 15 million people, which is why I was able to get some really weird used printers super cheap. I got a CR10 S5 for what, $600, and they were selling for like $1,300 at the time. Now you can get them for like $700, but you know, 5 years ago you couldn't do that. But yeah, there's 15 million people here, And I had access to even more because, you know, I had access to all this and all this. You know, there's what, 8 million people right here? And there's another, you know, 3 or 4 million people right here, plus all the people in between. Look how packed this is. Look at see the roadways? See the roadways? Oh, there's way more. There's way more. Look how, look at it. It's like a fractal. More roads. More roads. There's just this whole area is just packed. The population density here is so high. While out here, I don't know why this is taking so long. No, I have not, but I want to. I've seen the results some people are getting. So this here is New Mexico. It's the 5th largest state in the country. There's 2 million people in the entire state. I mean, sure, I have Oklahoma City, but that's 14 hours away. I have Tucson and Phoenix, but that's 7 or 8 hours away. So I really only have access to Albuquerque, about 700,000 or 800,000 people, if you include, you know, if you include Santa Fe, you probably have 80% of the population right here. And but for travel distance, you're pretty much limited to this, because at $4 a gallon gas, nobody wants to drive. And I'm certainly not driving 2 hours out to meet somebody just to have them say, no thanks, I don't want it. I wanted to give you $80. Well, you're not getting it for $80. I don't care how much fuel I spent. I'd rather burn that fuel and piss it into the air than let you win. Because I've had people do that. You know, they show up and say, well, all I got's this. I was like, well, you didn't agree to that. So you're not getting it for that. I sold a printer back in PA. It was a printer or camera? It might have been a camera. Yeah, it might have been a camera. And it was an older camera. It was just the camera. $100. I was selling it for $125. He said, will you take 100? I was like, sure, I'll take 100. I drove out to meet him. And I get there. And he says, all I got's $80. And I was like, well, then you're going to keep having $80 because you're not getting the camera. I started walking away. And he's like, seriously? You're going to leave over $20 after driving all the way out here? I looked at him. I was like, that's an electric car. It cost me nothing to come out here. He's like, okay. I got the 100. It's like, fuck you. You know, it's one thing if we're meeting in a location and we haven't made a deal yet. Okay, there's still some haggle room there. But you offered $100. I accepted. And now you're going to try to dick me down to 80 when we meet? Fuck you, dude. I'd rather go home and not sell the camera. Oh, I hate that so much. It's like, you're just going to walk away? Yes. Yes, I am. You reneged on your deal. You know, I hate people like that. I get trying to find, you know, the best deal you can. There it is. Don't you play. Yeah, I got a copyright strike on our last video for that little tiny piece of the manufacturer's video. I guess the audio is copyrighted. I couldn't do that on a Greyhound. It didn't end well. Yeah, no shit. Who is it? A channel you guys will probably like. Technology Connections. One of my favorite channels to watch. I just watched his, where he took 42-hour trip That should bring the audio back. Apparently he came pretty close to my house. Apparently that train goes through Albuquerque. I didn't see any railroad tracks though. Where is the railroad tracks? Yeah, we wanted to go to IHOP one time. We had to go all the way out here to IHOP because that's the only one open. Although apparently they're going to reopen the other ones pretty soon. Now there's supposed to be a train route. I don't see any railroad tracks though. Yeah. Oh, New Mexico is very beautiful. Not a lot of water though. Like this never has water in it. Where the hell's the railroad tracks? They got to be here somewhere. Amtrak. Oh, is that it right there? Is this line it right here? Sound is gone again? Sound is still gone? Sound gone again? Sounds good. Okay, good. So, this must be the railroad track. Yeah. On the maps. How about that for sync? Does that make the sync better, or is it out of sync still? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I turned off OBS and turned OBS back on. I also got some of these to play with. So I got some of these to play around with. They will charge lithium iron phosphate batteries. And even though they're lower capacity, I'm thinking about putting some lithium iron phosphate batteries with a charging module. I'm trying to FDM print my little battery holders. With the charging module, I won't have to worry about charging directly. I can just open the end of the unit, and I'll have a little USB-C port right on the end of the holder. And just plug a USB-C cable in, you're done. And if there's enough room, if it could physically fit, then I could just bypass the issue altogether and just charge the battery directly. We'll see. Cell phone gimbal. The only one, what was that one? There's one I would stay away from because it, you have to use their software online for it to work, to even activate it. And it's like, I don't want nothing to do with that. Home, yeah. So just stay away from these. That brand name, Home. Because you have to install their app, and you have to have an internet connection to install it and register it to unlock the gimbal. So if you bought a brand new one of these and you were out in the middle of the middle of the field where you had no internet, too bad. You can't use the gimbal. Now, I don't know if you need the internet connection after that. I think you just need it for activation, but that's enough to turn me off completely. I mean, that got a 1-star review from me. I don't care. I don't care how good the gimbal is. If I have to install an app and register it and be online just to unlock the thing, no thanks. I was pissed off enough that DJI requires that, but I understand why DJI does it. Because, you know, it's a $500, $1,000 drone, and they're very theft prone. So requiring that initial connection allows them to track stolen property. And so I'm okay with that for expensive gadgets. But for a freaking phone gimbal that shouldn't even require an app to work, why do I even need the app? It's a gimbal. I shouldn't even require an app to be able to use it as a basic gimbal. To use advanced features like buttons and stuff like that, okay, sure. But it should work as a gimbal without any app. So that just rubs me the wrong way. Just really rubbed me the wrong way. I don't like that kind of crap. Simplified 3D only needs to ring home the first time when you log in. After that, it doesn't have to go home. And again, that's their form of DRM, and I don't like it. I don't like DRM. Yeah, you can get a gimbal for, this one here is only 45 bucks. 40 bucks. Wow, I didn't realize you can get them that cheap. That looks like the home one that requires the app. $30? Because it was sitting out in the car in the field in the middle of Colorado when I was flying rockets, and I never cleaned it off. Is that an actual gimbal? You can get a single axis gimbal for $30. I have no idea how good it is. If anybody buys it, let me know. But $30 for a one-axis gimbal, and to be honest, one axis is probably enough for a cell phone. But that's $29.99, and you can get an open box one for $24. Wow. That's impressive. A 3-axis gimbal, you're looking at more like $90. Yeah, that's dirt cheap. Now remember, that's only one axis. So that's your tilt. Wow. Yeah, there's a bunch of other ones, $29 to $32, but they're all the exact same gimbal. Just, rebranded by somebody else. I'm seeing if there's any affordable 3-axis gimbals. That's not bad. I don't know if this requires an app or not. Hopefully it doesn't. But here's a 3-axis gimbal for $70, and if you buy it used, you can get it for $39. Hard to argue with $39. Huh. Yeah, so you're looking at about $30 to $35 for a 1-axis. You can get a 3-axis for about $70 or $80, but check out the used options. And you can usually get a pretty decent deal buying an open box, because this is the kind of gadget that's returned a lot. So always check out the used options. Whenever you're on Amazon, you'll see it here. It's like, for example, this one here. You see, like, here's the price, but then down here, if there's any used available, you'll see here more buying choices. Here, $58. Let's see here. See, $100 for an Osmo 3, but $70 if you get it open box. Here's $80, $70 open box for 3-axis. So always keep an eye out for those what? You can buy Goodwill online? Oh wow, shop online. I didn't know you could do that. There's a drone for parts. They're an expensive price. Now, $83 for an Osmo Pocket 4K is not bad. There's a Tele for $26. There's a Phantom 3 for $141. That's not too bad. Although it doesn't look like it comes with anything. Phantom 3 Standard with accessories in case for $12.99. What? Oh, it's bid. Some of this stuff you got to bid on. Oh, these are all bids. That's kind of lame. Well, that's a cool looking Canon camera. Lots of little digital cameras. I have an AE one. They sell for that much? I think I have a pair of them. I might be willing to sell one. These bundles would come in handy if it happens to have, you know, something in it that you need. See, that's only got one lens. I need two. But like, here you go. That's got two lenses. But they want 90 bucks. That's about what it's worth. So that's too much. That's a junk lens, by the way. The 3580. Ugh, garbage. It's annoying that a lot of them are bids, though. It won't let you. You'll have to send it to me by Twitter or Facebook or Messenger, and then I can post it for everybody else. YouTube won't even tell you it's not posting it. It'll look like you're posting it, and it just won't. Nobody else will see it. That's a YouTube thing. Oh, I'm on Top Chat again, too. God, I hate when it does that. It's like, I never want to see Top Chat. There's a 40D for 70 bucks. It's not horrible. Too much. That's not worth that. That's probably worth that. That's my first true SLR, was the Rebel XT. XS is not bad. I believe that's digital. Oh no, that's a film camera. I think that's a film camera too. Yep. Yeah, some of these are not good deals. Goodwill is very rarely a good deal. They just charge too much. Well, remember, these cameras are 10 and 15 years old. Most of these cameras are very old. D50 with an 1855 lens, that's actually not bad. Wow. 26 lenses? Yeah, but $700? Jesus Christ. You know, this only happened because somebody saw something they want. Oh my god, it's got a whole bunch of cameras too. It's not just lenses. Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 bodies. And 26 lenses. Holy crap. That's a hell of a collection there. Jesus. 13 bodies, 26 lenses. A couple of them look pretty nice. That looks like a pretty nice lens. That looks like a nice lens. Only 2 lenses and that looks like a nice lens. Only 3 lenses jump out at me. Oh, a 2 times multiplier. Wow. Those are some old bodies. That's a decent lens. I like that one. But you can get that lens on eBay for 30, 40 bucks. If you snipe it. These are more modern. That's a Sigma lens. Looks like a Sigma. That's a typical grip right there that Sigma uses. That right there, though, that's a nice lens right there. Wish I can see more. Woo! 180 millimeter 2.8. That lens is nice. Wow. What does that go for? No, not that much. This one's currently at 131. Here's one for 220, 210. Okay, here's a mint one. It's selling for 500. But you can get it more reasonably. Here's a good condition one for 370. So yeah, that lens alone is worth half the price. 235. Wonder why this one's so much more. Oh, no, that's the right lens. Now, if you want it relatively new, 600 bucks. Oh, these are different. This is the one they have there. This is a different one. This is an older model lens. That's a manual focus lens. So this is manual focus, manual focus. That is not the new lens. I think that's the new lens. Yeah. So 400 bucks. So most of the value of that bid is in that lens right there. That's where all the money is right there. That's a good, and it looks clean too. That's the top of it right there. Yeah, and that's in nice condition too. It's not even worn. Jesus. Yeah, these older bodies up here, these 4 right there, plus this lens right here, probably 1,200, 1,300 bucks altogether for that row right there, plus this. These are mid-range cameras. These are relatively new cameras, not worth much. Most of these lenses aren't worth a whole lot. That 2X is worth something. These Nikomat and older Nikon F-series cameras, they're worth a decent amount. Those are nice cameras. That's a good lens. These are all manual lenses, but they are error correct for the cameras. You know, that's a Sigma lens. Might be worth something. It looks like it's a relatively modern Sigma. It's within the last 10 or 15 years. These are okay. They're not great, but they're not bad. But that right there is that's your money pot right there. Huh. You used to be able to get a good deal at Goodwill, but not anymore. Anymore, it's all very high price stuff. $50mm 1.4. It's an older one, but still, it's a 1.4 lens. That's not bad. It's a very old one, though. That's a fully manual lens. But still, 1.4, that's a lot of light. You could bring in a lot of light on that. Let's see, what does that sell for? We'll see if that Osmo Pocket's actually a good deal. It's not a great deal. I mean, I can get them for $100, $110 on eBay. So it's not the greatest deal in the world. Especially since it comes with no accessories. I doubt it comes with anything. I don't know. I don't know what the hell that is. That's the Osmo Pocket right there. What the hell is that thing, though? Did you stop fucking doing that? The Ender 4 has already been out. It's not that great a printer. It's an H-bot. I heard it's got lots of issues. You can still get halfway decent deals on eBay, but Goodwill, you gotta get lucky. A lot of times they massively overprice things. That's doing a surprisingly nice job. Even running overspeed, 200%, so we're pushing probably close to 80, 85 millimeters per second. It could theoretically reach 100, but I don't know. I wish they would send me one because it says it has 0.5 millimeter resolution. Because I would like to try it out, but I can't buy one. I don't got $3 or $4. There is an 8 GB card, 512, 2 GB, something like that. I've heard of that, and you can get those pretty cheap too. I think the more important part of the scanning is going to be the software. They need software that can do some post-processing. Oh, because otherwise it's powered off the Xbox. Just install Windows XP. Hell, run it under a VM. Or buy any old $50 laptop. Where are you? Oh, you're in the UK, so I have no idea what's available there. But yeah, I'll just grab any old $50 laptop. You know, you can usually grab one of these on eBay. You can grab an old Carbon, you know, really nice, super slim laptop. I mean, really nice machines. You can get these for $100, and this will run Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows XP, whatever you want. And it's got HDMI out, USB ports, 3 of them. And, but you can get these cheap, and there's older models you can get that are much cheaper. I miss XP. I liked XP. It was so slim, so fast. I was able to fillet and skin a Windows XP install down to around 400 megabytes. Man, that was so stable and so fast. There you go. Really? Wow, not around here. Well, go on eBay then. Wait a minute. ebay.co.uk. Here we go. Here's an X1 Yoga. It's currently at 8 pounds. It's ending in a few days. Free postage. Let's switch to buy it now. For parts, for parts, for parts. Cracked screen. This one needs RAM and hard drive. Here we go. 8 gigabyte with a 128 gig SSD. You're looking at what, 78 pounds shipped. Used, tested, inspected. Does not come with charger or key. What? Oh, it's a tablet. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. I didn't know they made tablets. No, you want a laptop. No RAM, no hard drive, no point. Chargers aren't expensive. Parts only, pre-owned. Okay, this one's got a bad battery, but that's fine. 13-inch, 4 gig RAM, 320 gig hard drive. It's a Core i5. You could do some emulation on this. So that's what, 70, 90 pounds. That's a little pricey. I mean, they're out there, but they're a little pricey. So around 100 pounds you can get one, 90 to 100 pounds. But that seems awfully pricey. What about some junker Dell laptops? There you go. No OS. You have to install XP yourself. But 4 gig of RAM, 320 gig hard drive, Core i5, 2.3 gigahertz, 42 pounds. Look at it, double convert pounds. Oh, 32 pounds. So 32 pounds, $42. Buy it now, shipped. All you gotta do is install Windows XP. But there you go. There's a perfectly adequate laptop that'll do the job for you. Free shipping. It's in Davenport. Oh, it's in Davenport, Iowa? That's not going to be free shipping. Why is it showing me things in... I did co.uk. Why the fuck is it showing me Davenport, Iowa? You can't ship that from Iowa. I mean, you could. It might, but I somehow doubt that's going to happen. Do you do that a lot? Do you get stuff from the US? Because the postage is going to cost more than $42. I should be able to limit it to the UK. UK only. Jumps right up to 65 pounds. Yeah, it must have figured that out. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think so. It would cost more than $42 to ship it. But here's a Dell Vostro for 65 pounds. He has make an offer. Offer him 50 pounds for it. Is it running? It's already got XP installed. Ooh, comes with the old holographic gold XP disc. You don't see those too often. Ah, for refurbished PCs. Interesting. So he might take 50 pounds. He's there in Dalkeith, United Kingdom. So I don't know what the shipping would cost. Depends how close he is to you. Really? The cheapest buy now is 60 pounds? Yeah, laptops are expensive where you are. That's kind of weird. That's interesting. You're getting 3D printers cheap, but you're paying it up the ass for laptops and computers. Here's one. Here's a full setup for 35 pounds. Yeah, even these are like $50 here. Wow. Here, watch. Here's eBay. Actually, that's a good idea. You might be able to get an open box PC cheaper. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. So Amazon.co.uk, I just typed in laptop, and this brand new Acer came up for 150 pounds, but you can get it used for 110. So that's basically a brand new, looks like a netbook. It's a Celeron 4 gig, 64 gig space. Comes with Windows 10, but you can install Windows XP. 110 pounds for this Lenovo IdeaPad. 4 gig, 64 gig, Intel Celeron. Not just a regular Amazon search. Here we go. Here's some dual-core Windows 10 PCs for 72 pounds, 80 pounds. Let's see, Core 2 Duo, 4 gig RAM, 160 gig hard drive. Comes with a generic 17-inch screen. You know, looking at Oh wait a minute, you don't get Prime in you don't get free delivery on Amazon in the UK? Or is that just because I'm looking at it from the US? Like, do you get free delivery if you're in the UK? Because that's 80 pounds. And you could sell the screen off, you know, maybe you can get 10 or 15 bucks for it. If you don't need it. But there's your little, you know, your standard, you know, thin client mini PC. Huh. See what this costs. It is... Oh, I don't get my little ticket here. I have an Amazon Prime link. I have an Amazon link, affiliate link in my description. But click on my Amazon link and then do a search for this. Yeah, it's about right. Same as here. Huh. That's amazing. You might be better off looking for one of these little mini PCs. Here's one for 80 pounds. You call coupons vouchers. This is one of those little micro PCs. So yeah, what about your local e-waste centers? I don't know how much e-waste you do there. I mean, micro scrappers tend to tear them apart, but if you can find a place where people drop off their e-waste, you might be able to buy an old PC for next to nothing. Well, that's actually not a bad laptop for $42. See, here in the US, I could buy this for 42 bucks. I wonder, can I? I'm not going to, but I want to see if it shows up here. You buy it now. Yeah, that is a U.S. listing. So I could buy this in the U.S. for 42 bucks. That's incredible. Does it come with the charger? It's missing a couple keys. Battery not included, power adapter not included. So it might not be as great a deal. I could probably spend a teensy tiny bit more and get something that's complete. That's no hard drive, no hard drive. That's not bad. No charger. I mean, if you already got a charger, it's not bad, but if you don't already have a charger, it's annoying. You don't want Chromebooks, they're annoying. Let's get out of the Dells. I know, that's crazy. It's like, what the hell? Oh, something's up with that. That got wet. Here we go. There's an X1 carbon with power brick. And you can get a USB-C adapter for that power plug, so you can use a USB-C PD charger because they have a 20-volt option, and you can charge this off USB-C. But there's a carbon with 4 gigs of RAM, 120 gig SSD, Core i5, and here in the US you're looking at 130. Yeah, about 130, about 135 with tax. But I bet you if I hit make offer $100, you'd probably take it. And that's a thin computer. The X1 carbons are nice. But if you just want laptop, you don't want a Chromebook. Looks like it's running. There's $50. There's 55. That's a Chromebook. You don't want that. What about on a big screen? Just because. Where is the apostrophe? Or the double? I forget where that is. Is it this one? Nope. That one. Here we go. Here's a 17-inch laptop for 82 bucks. A fully working XP laptop with a 17-inch screen with a regular keyboard. Usually you get the number pad with that. But there's a Dell Inspiron 9300. It's a Pentium M, 1.6 gigahertz, 1 gig RAM, 120 gig hard drive, but it's 82 bucks shipped. You know, that'd be a decent enough XP machine. You really want 4 gig of RAM though. Here we go. 95 bucks for a dual core 4 gigabyte RAM. You can reinstall Windows XP on that. Yeah, so under 100 bucks you can get a decent machine here in the US. Here's a Core i3 with 4 gig RAM, 500 gig hard drive for 120. 17-inch screen. The Dell Precisions are nice. I like the Dell. I had like 4 of these Dell Precisions, except mine were Core i7s, not these garbage units. And my brother stole them all. Took every single one of them. They're probably sitting in his basement rotting away. What are you gonna do? Yeah, this is doing surprisingly nice considering that these prints are made for resin printing. Not bad at all. Be pretty slow though. You could try it. It costs you nothing to try it, right? It's almost done the 2CR5. Then it should speed up quite a bit. Yeah, it's almost done. We're going to let it finish. And then we'll swap the nozzle. Well, the first thing you have to do is, Matthew asked about getting the basics for achieving dimensionally accurate parts. Assuming you have your E-steps set correctly, and most printers by default are set just fine, your biggest issue is going to be over extruding. By default, most of these printers over extrude a little bit. So what you have to do is calibrate that, essentially figure out what you need to make your flow rate. I would not bother attempting to adjust your E-steps to make that correct, because that's going to change from filament to filament. So just get your E-steps mechanically correct, and then use flow rate to adjust from there. So for example, this is printing at 95% flow rate. I actually think I need to be printing at like 93. For this particular plastic, at this particular layer height, I think 93% is going to be a little bit more accurate. But basically what you need to do is you need to print a cube. Alright, you don't have to print the whole cube. Just print 5mm thick cube. You want to use 3 walls, and you don't have to have any bottom layers at all, and you want to use 25% grid infill with 3 top layers. That should be a pretty fast print. So 3 walls, no bottom, 3 top, 25% grid infill, and then print it. What you're going to do is you're going to look at the top surface of the model. Let me see if I can find an example for you. I don't know what that means. Hang on, let me find an example to show you. I need the top of this. Here we go. That's what I need. Close enough at least. So the top of your 3D print, that's actually a weird one. I don't want to use that because that is not using standardized, 45-degree top layers. I could put them right in here. So print 20 by 20 cube, no bottom layers, 3 top layers, 0.2mm layer height, 3 walls or perimeters. Make your settings look like that. Alright, 210 degrees Celsius, 50 millimeters per second. Everything else stays the same. Perimeter, overlap, 30%. Those should be your basic settings in the slicer. And just find any cube or make a cube, 20 by 20, 5 millimeters tall. You only need to print 5 millimeters. You don't need the bottom layers. Make sure it sticks to the bed good. Don't worry about the elephant's foot. That doesn't matter. What we're looking for is to get the proper flow rate in Cura or extrusion multiplier in Simplified 3D. So I need to find a good picture to show you. Here we go. That's actually a really good picture. Okay. So this is the top layer of a print. Okay? Now what we're looking at here, okay, you see how this part of the print looks really clean and this part of the print has ridges? Don't worry about why that is right now. There's something wrong with this guy's printer. But what we're looking at is 2 different variations of overlap. You're looking at the overlap here in your top layer, the overlap in your perimeters, and the overlap where the perimeter joins the infill. So this is your infill, your top layer infill. This is your perimeter walls. This here indicates he's over extruding because he's snow plowing. This here indicates nothing yet. Until we get rid of the snow plowing, we don't know what this means. So ignore this until you get this looking just like that. See that section right there? That's what your top layer should look like. If your top layer is too low, if you don't have enough flow rate, you're actually going to have gaps in between these lines. You'll be able to stick your fingernail in them. That means you made your flow rate too low. If you have this here, if you have snow plowing, that means your flow rate is too high. So what you do is you print the cube, If you notice these little bit of snow plowing, lower the extrusion multiplier 1 point. And keep doing that. So start at 95%, print the cube, tell it what, also make sure you tell it your filament is 1.75. You really should measure your filament. If the filament is 174 to 176, just leave it at 175. If it looks like this, lower that 95 to 94, do it again. If it still looks like this, go down to 93. If it still looks like this, go down to 92. If you go down to like 92 and you start having gaps in between, go back up to 93. So keep lowering it until you have little tiny gaps between the layers that you can stick your fingernail in, and then go back up 1 point. So if you get down to 92 and you got gaps, go back to 93. If you get down to 94 and you got gaps, go back to 95. You should end up with nice smooth top layer like this. You should be able to see the lines between the layers. And we're going to get to that in a second. Now, if you can also notice gaps if your perimeters aren't connected. So if you can stick your fingernail in between your perimeter lines, first thing you're going to do is make sure, in this program here, I have these dimensions here I can set. Nozzle diameter and line width. You want to make sure they're both 0.4 and that you're using a 0.4 nozzle. If these differentiate from each other, weird things can happen, and we don't want to mess with that. So make sure those are both 0.4, 0.4. You can see I have here, I'm printing at 0.94. Why does that keep changing? There. So if you have little gaps in your perimeter walls here, first make sure your nozzle diameter and your line width are 0.4. Try it again. If you still have little gaps, then you probably also have gaps here. And that means your flow rate is too low. You need to increase your flow rate a tiny bit. Now, once you've gotten your flow rate to the point where your walls are connected and your top is nice and smooth, like that section right there, then, and only then, do you check this here. So you see how I have these little curlies here, where this top layer overlaps this wall perimeter. So you got 3 wall perimeters, 1, 2, 3, and the top layer is partially overlapping the 3rd wall. That's fine. If you have ridges, that means your overlap is a little bit too high. Well, Prusa docs suggest that for Prusa printers. So if you have a Prusa printer, you might want to follow their advice. So if you notice little ridging here after you have a perfect top layer and good connected walls, then you might want to adjust this setting. Where is that at? Infill maybe? Yeah, outline overlap or perimeter overlap. See I have mine at 30%? I don't know why. It works fine for me. A 0.02 variance is not going to make a difference. I mean, if I change this to 0.42, it's probably not going to change a thing. The stepper motor just isn't that accurate. But you adjust outline overlap to fix this problem here. Now the reason we don't fix this problem until we fix this problem is because over extruding here will cause over extruding here. So you don't fix this first because you don't know if this is being caused because your overlap is too high or if it's because your flow rate is too high. So you fix the flow rate first. Gaps like this have nothing to do with flow rate. That has to do with dimensional accuracy and slicer settings and thin wall behavior. So ignore that. These are the lines you want to look at. These lines here. The ones that have no geometric changes anywhere near them. So you know those have to do with flow rate. But that's how I tune a printer. When I actually I start at 0.94, but anytime I get a new printer, go the hell away. I told you to freaking close. When I tune a new printer, I start with these settings: 0.4, 0.94, manual 0.4. If it's a Bowden, I start with 6, 25, and 8 for wipe. That's my default settings. For layer, 0.2 millimeter, 3, 3, and 3. For additions, I print 10 millimeters away from the part, 2 perimeters. For infill, 20 to 25%, and that should not be rectilinear. That should be grid. Grid is both ways. Support I leave alone. Temperature, I print my first layer at 220, then I drop down to 210. I will adjust this for different plastic, different layer height, different speeds. I'll adjust that based on need. Cooling, 0 at 1, 100% at 3. This just defines your bed. This I have nothing in here for the Ender 2. It doesn't need anything. I always default to 50 millimeters per second, 80% for outline, or 50% for outline underspeed, 80% for solid infill. And this I usually make 100 for movement. Anything else? I don't mess with that too much. I just set it for 1.75 and I leave it alone. I don't mess with any of this very much. This can come in handy in particular for models that have walls that are too thin and thin wall behavior can't fix it, and you don't require dimensional accuracy. You could do a horizontal size compensation to allow it to be printable, but usually you don't have to mess with that. Thin wall behavior, 50% overlap, that usually takes care of most thin wall crap. This I have retraction on for everything, except for the first one, only retract when crossing open spaces. Otherwise, that's what I set for. 20 to 25% grid, 333, 0.2, inside out, not outside in. Outside in is a use case scenario. For some reason, for some stupid reason, the Cura starts outside in. I don't know why it does that. There's something else weird in Cura that you want to fix. I don't even know if it's in here. It might not even be an option in here. But for some reason, Cura has an option where you can print infill first and then print the perimeters. Don't do that. That's stupid. Always print the perimeters first. Well, like I said, if you're using a Prusa printer and if you're using Prusa slicer, if any of my instructions conflict with Prusa's instructions, I would probably lean toward using Prusa's instructions because it's their printer and their slicer. They know what they're doing. In any other printer, so Creality style printer, this is what I do. This is how I tune. Hey, it's done. Now I wonder, will the nickel strip fit? Yes, it will. It fits in that one. It fits in that one. It fits in there. So the 2CR5 is totally printable with FDM. So the 2CR5, oh, let me control temperature, nozzle, get you up there nice and hot. 232 will be enough. So yeah, the 2CR5 adapter is totally printable on an FDM printer. Then you just nip off these aids that we use to allow it to print straight. There we go. That is a 2CR5 adapter, and that successfully printed on the Ender 2. You can see how nice those. Here, I can show you to you in here. Hang on. Yeah. Come on, stay put. So here is. Let me get rid of that. You can see here my top layers. I actually don't have enough of them. I should have used more top layers. Come on. Focus, you fuck. There we go. Now we're locked in. So you see how my top layers, how there's no gaps between the lines? And you see how the perimeter, you can see there's you can see a teeny tiny bit of what I'm talking about here. So this is so small that you can see the hairs on this thing. So here is the print. So this is your top layers. You can see I have just a tiniest bit of snow plowing. See how it goes back and forth between light, dark, and it looks like the lines have ridges. Looks like there's tiny little ridges. Let me turn the light off. Nope, we need the light. You can see how my top layers have just a tiny, actually it looks like, I think I'll leave it at 0.94. That looks pretty good. Well, I just want you to have the best guidance. Now you can see my walls look nice and clean, and you can see the swirl between my infill and my wall. There's not much of a pillow there. It's not piling up. Okay, this is just because of making tiny extrusions. So this you can see the little sloppiness here. That's just because you're doing itty bitty extrusions. I'm almost too low. Can I fit my nail in there? No, I can't. You can see it almost looks like I have a gap there, but I can't fit my nail in there. So we're good. So this is pretty well adjusted. This is at 94% at a 0.08 layer height. So that's pretty good. Exactly. So right here, there's the perimeter and there's the infill. And you can see those little tiny swirls. That's where the printer changed direction. So it made that little circle as it changed direction. And you can see, if you could feel it, you would feel that I have no, seriously? Why would you do that? There's no, it's totally smooth. There's no pillowing. There's no snow plowing, either in the infill or at the perimeter. Okay? Now, if your walls are separating, if your walls are not connected, if you can stick your finger in there and separate them, that means your flow rate's too low, or you might have a clog. That could indicate a clog issue as well, although you should have other side effects from that. But that's a really clean print when you consider how small this is. So the way I build this battery, I guess I can just show you. We're going to do it. We're going to build a battery. Okay, so we want to be right here. Yeah, we want to be right there. Let me get some of this goddamn messy freaking nickel strip. What a pain. So now I got my nickel strip. So I need enough to go around here and overlap a tiny bit. That should be plenty. So I stick the nickel strip through here, and I want to wrap it around so that that will go inside the hole. Okay, you got to push it and get it creased. And then what you do is you take your tool and you bend it inside the hole just like that. That's what that hole's there for. Okay, now that side's set. Now this side looks like we have enough. I got just the right amount. And then push this side in the hole. Get it down there in that hole. Because once this forms a crease, it tends to stay. There you go. Let's get this pushed back down. And we have a nice crease there. So the negative end is formed. Now I need 2 little pieces to wrap around here. So what I do is I come out here like this. No, I come in here like this. And I fold this up like that. And what I do is I come around again, get my nice clean crease on those 3 corners. And what I do is I feed this through the hole again, so basically doing a double layer, just like that. There we go. Do not pull this with your fingers. It will slice your skin. Okay? So you get a pair of pliers and you grab it. And you give it a yank. There we go. We are nice and tight in here. And then all I do is snip off. Give it a yank, get it nice and tight, fold it down, give it a snip. Come on, there we go. There we go. So you see I have my little fold down there to hold it in there, and no glue, no nothing. That's just held in there by its own folds. Okay? Now we're going to do the same thing on the other side. But first, let's flatten out this cable a little bit, since I just mangled it up really nicely. Here we go. We're going to do the same thing over here. Push through from this side, fold up a tiny bit, just enough to cover there. Nice crease, nice crease. Then we shove it through there again. Oop. There we go. Keep snagging. So I'm going to grab just a little bit right there. I'm going to pull out, grab, pull out, fold down, snip. There we go. That is a ready to use battery pack. Hang on, let me read what you put here. 3D printing at Narice.com will get to me. That's Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com. Okay, let's see. You see where the print on yours changed from info to wall? Yes, I see that. So you seem to be that if I were to have printed whatever part I had tried printing, but without the wall part of the print, it would have fit properly. But because those wall sections are there, those parts are just minutely off scale. Okay, that's not how it works. The walls are part of the print, and you can't have the print without the walls. So either you're over extruding and the part is ending up too large, or your E-steps are actually off and you are printing inaccurate parts. So the first thing you're going to do is what I said regarding printing the cube. So download a calibration cube. Just make a cube that's 20 by 20 millimeters and 5 millimeters thick. Use the settings above that I gave you. Print that cube. Adjust your flow rate until you get that nice, perfect top layer like you see I have here, where the perimeter and the top layers are just all together nice and smooth. And you can put your finger across this and there's no lip, there's no edge, there's no gaps. Adjust your printer until you get that. Yes, I will. Now, once you get that, now you calibrate. Once you get that, now you calibrate. You take a pair of vernier calipers and you measure that 20 by 20 cube. Is it 20 by 20? If it's not 20 by 20, then you need to adjust your E-steps until you get the correct measurement for those parts. Your X and Y E-steps might be off. That's highly unlikely though. So calibrate flow rate first before you mess with E-steps. When you get your flow rate perfect, then you take your print and you measure it and see if it actually comes out to the dimensions it's supposed to. So, this is supposed to be 21 millimeters wide and 71 millimeters long. So print out your little calibration cube and measure it. See if it actually comes out to the same measurements. If it's within 1/4 of a millimeter, you're fine. If your cube is 20 millimeters wide and you measure 19.75 millimeters, that is more than close enough. If you're printing something that is super high tolerance, you may need to compensate for that, because there is always going to be a little bit of tolerance give in a 3D print, especially if you have a little bit of elephant's foot. That's why on a print like this, these edges are beveled, so you can actually see it. So you can actually see these edges. Let me get you a close-up here. There we go. So you can see on this part here, I put a bevel on both these corners. See that corner there? How it has a bevel, how it's not a 90-degree corner, and how this is not a 90-degree corner? That's to compensate for elephant's foot. So I made my bottom layer just a hair smaller than what it's supposed to be, so that if I were to get elephant's foot, the part would still be dimensionally accurate. Alright? So you might need to do that. If you're making a part that's that critically tight, where your tolerances are that close, you may need to start compensating for what you're using to print. But the first thing you got to do is adjust the flow rate, get your top layers looking perfect, then you see if your part is dimensionally accurate. So here's the first one. The battery should slide right in there. And then this one goes this way, and the battery slides right in there. So there is my 2CR5 battery, and it fit perfectly. Let's see if we get a voltage, so we know we have an electrical connection. No, I'm not. Something's not connected. Positive, negative. Okay, that it is possible that these edges right here are actually holding the battery off. So I would use something like this to ream that edge. So if those edges are a little bit too fat because of the printing process, they might be preventing the electrical contacts from touching. Now, one way to get around that is do what I'm doing now, trim it. But I could also make my little hump here in the middle a little thicker. Okay, same thing here. See how I have that little bit of edge there? That little bit of edge. Remember, this was designed to resin print. That little bit of edge might be just enough to keep the negative side from touching. So we'll just trim that a little bit. Alright, and let's see if that works. Okay. I am still not getting a connection. So I'm going to try squeezing it, see if that's the problem. Am I doing something wrong? What about this way? 2.3. 3.9. So this side's not connecting. Yeah. Okay, so this side's not connecting. So for some reason that side is not touching that. Well, for now I can just stick something in there and see if I can get it to work. Eight volts. Okay, so that's working. So what I need to do on this one here is I need to make my little hump here. You can see it. You can just barely see it there. God damn it. I have a little hump here that pushes this contact out, but it's not pushing out enough, so my negative isn't touching there. So I'll have to adjust that. I could try trimming this a little bit to see if maybe this is stopping it. Because it's possible the battery is sitting on that lip right there. Nothing. So this side's connecting 4 volts, but this side is not connecting. So this side here is not connecting. So let's see, what's the easiest solution to that? The easiest solution to that is probably pop this out of here and put something underneath it. So you can see how I have a little 3D printed bump underneath there. Well, that bump isn't big enough. So what we can do is we can just stick something in there, a little piece of paper wadded up or something. Even better would be something metallic. So here, I'll just fold up a piece of this. That would work too. Or I could just slam something nice and thick in there. And that will be more than enough to punch it out of there. There we go. And that will now squish down. And now I should have a connection. Let's get this back in this hole where it belongs. I actually have a little 2mm punch. Let me close this before I cut myself. Now let's check our power. And now we got 8 volts. Now it's working. Okay, so that was the problem. So for FDM printing, I need to increase the size of that bump a little bit. That's easy enough to do. Let's see if it works in the camera. This one I haven't had good luck getting this one to work. I don't know why. I think this camera's a little hokey. There it goes. So now the camera works. And the battery still slides out. So that will now fit inside of there. Does it work like that? Yes, it does. There you go. Now the camera works. Now I don't have to buy these stupid expensive, these are like $9 for these freaking batteries. Now I have a bunch of these rechargeables already. So now I can just make a 2CR5 anytime I want. So a little modification to the program. I added this bump on the back, and that seems to be working. You can actually see the back of the battery door is touching it right there. Right there. See that little shiny spot? And that's where this touches it. Right there. And that gives me that little bit of down pressure I need. So now all I need to do is increase the size of the bump for the negative. Once I increase the negative bump, I won't have to modify it, and it'll just work stock, which is what I want. Yeah, so nice. So now I get to play with this. Which is best, FDM or resin? Both and neither. And that is the only correct answer. The resin print is obviously a whole lot more accurate. This is the old model without the little bump on the back. So the resin print is going to be more accurate. It's also going to be faster. This took 40 minutes to print. Actually, I printed both of these in 40 minutes. But the resin print's going to cost more money. Not by much. This is really not much resin. That's what? Maybe 30 cents worth of resin, while that might be 10 cents worth of FDM plastic. So the cost difference really isn't that much at the scale. Same thing here. It's not that much resin. The only thing I really need to do to this is see how this side here is nice and thick. I need to thicken up this side because it's a little too flexible. But beyond that, it's fine. Hey, I wonder, do these work? Like, are those openings actually open? Ooh, almost. It almost wants to go in. It's going in the opening, but something's stopping it from going all the way in. I need a small razor I can stick in there. These look okay. So these openings are almost open. Can I punch them? Nope. That one looks open. Not quite. What I need is a little razor blade to punch these open. They're almost open. I can see light through them. Ha! So this one here, I can open these probably just by slicing them. Yeah. So these I'd be able to get open. A little straight razor. So little tiny openings like this are really difficult for FDM, just because you get a little bit of oozing and stringing in between, and that ooze and string will seal up the connection. So can I fit through now? Yep. So there, I got the one open. So what you would need is a nice little X-Acto knife set to clear out those openings. A little bit of bridging overhang in here. There are ways I can mitigate that, but it's not important enough. So theoretically I could get that working eventually. I got to get those there to clear up. And you can see how there's a slicer defect here. See how the slicer did something weird here? Because the walls are too thin. So what I have to do is I have to scale things up so that those walls are not too thin. Yeah, it's sealed up in there because of that little defect in the wall there. There we go, I just cleared it. And then I should be able to clear this one. There we go. There we go. It fit. There it is. So that goes all the way down to there. Let's see if we can get this one in. Now sometimes what will help is you snip the end of this into a little triangle like that, and you can use it as a forming tool. So you get it part way in there, and then it'll help cut the rest of the way in itself sometimes, not always. It doesn't always work. Just be careful you don't slice yourself doing this. There we go, got it. So that slides in, and it comes out the other end. Right there. And then what I have to do is finish clearing up these two here, and I'll be able to build this battery. Okay, so if I put this down like this, I could probably push on it from this side and clear it up. Yeah, I think that might work. You need a thinner X-Acto knife. This is a big thick blade. It's a blunt tool for this. I can make it work. Okay. I could do the same thing. Snip the end of it into a point and use it as a guide cutting tool. Wow, these snips are shot. There we go. There we go. And then use that to core it out and get that all cleaned out. Oh, it was folded over. That's why it wouldn't cut through. No wonder it wouldn't go through. There we go. So use that to go in there, get the opening nice and cleaned out. There we go. That one's cleaned out now. So now what I can do is, let's see, how do I want to do this? Probably go in through here, fold it over, come out through here, fold it flat, cut off the excess. There we go. Fold that flat, get my 90-degree bend right there. We are in the channel. Okay, fold it over here. Then we feed it through all the way to the other end. And there it pops out the other end. You gotta stick a tool in there and grab it. Seriously? Come on. There it is. That's it. Now I can grab it and pull it all the way through. That crease forms our terminal right there. Actually, that's the wrong one. I screwed that up. No, wait a minute. Positive goes right to here. Wait a minute, is that backwards? How did I get that? How did that print backwards? I think I did that backwards. Because this is the positive terminal. The negative terminal needs to come up this hole here. So I have this backwards. Yeah, that opening needs to be over here, not over here. So I'll have to reprint this. But that's the idea. So that would work. Yeah, clay sculpting tools would work well. So that's backwards. This is the positive. The negative needs to come up through here. I can do that still. I can snip off this excess. There we go. I'll have to open up that channel there because that is wrong. Yeah, I put that in backwards. That's a last minute modification I made to the file, and I screwed up. Oh, I didn't cut it on this side. God damn it, stop collapsing on me. That's the other nice thing about FDM is you can be really rough with it, and it doesn't care. Yeah, that, I screwed that up. That was backwards. There we go. So the negative needs to come up that hole there. But the negative is a lot easier to install. Seriously, I just cleared that. Why won't you go in? Okay. There we go. There we go. I need just a little bit, or I do need to clear out that second channel. That little line right there needs to clear out for the negative. Thank God it was on the inside and not my finger. Okay, just enough to get underneath there. That's all I need. The rest can come up here. There we go. Good. Now you just roll this up like this, turn it sideways like that, and that is your negative on the battery, and that is your positive and negative terminals there. So that should work. Yeah, that's the finished product. Kiss, baby. Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate. Okay. Now let me make sure I didn't screw this up. Correct. Positive, negative. So I just put I put a ramp and a channel in there, and I just put it on the wrong side. I wanted to cover it up for this reason here. I wanted to make sure that the positive could never come over and visit the negative and short the battery. So I covered up this channel, but I accidentally covered up the wrong side. So all I gotta do is move those parts over to the other side. That's my screw up. And then this goes in here, that goes in there, and we now have a D111A battery. Now you can neaten this up, just give these all good solid creases so that all these parts stay where they're supposed to stay. You know, not super critical, just, you know, just crease everything so it stays put. And now we have a 18650 cell inside of the little enclosure that should now work. Where are my little readers? One of them is in there. Where's the other one? Where's the other one at? There it is. Here we go. So here's the little Sony thing, or Epson thing. So there's your stock battery. Now we put the replacement battery in. Fits good. No issues. And the device turns on. There we go. It now runs off that battery. Very cool. Yeah, that's nickel soldering strip. But you don't need to solder anything, and it's loose enough that it's loose enough that the battery pops out when you hit the little thing, so it does fit properly. So I can FDM print these. That's awesome. But that's the cool thing about the way I did this, was that you don't have to solder anything. The only thing I might have to solder is the thermistor strip, if I can figure that out, because without that it won't charge in the battery. You have to actually remove the battery from this and charge it up. But that is basically it. That is the minimalist shell. So that's your negative. It runs up underneath here and comes out here, goes back inside, and just runs underneath there. It's just sitting in there loose. Same thing with the positive. It's under here a little bit, and then it comes up here, makes that 90-degree turn, loops around that insert right there, and that allows this to now be one of those batteries. That's pretty awesome. I could probably just oversize these holes and make this FDM printable. Wow. They're already on Thingiverse. If you go to Thingiverse, you can play with these, you can mess with them. Both of them are already there. Let me get you links. I was actually debating not sharing this on Thingiverse, because right now I can get these really cheap. Like, this is a $700 gadget, and I got this for $130, and this is the newest model. I paid, this is the P3000. I paid $40 for this. And one of the reasons I can do that is you can't get batteries. Now that I've made it so you can build batteries for them, the value might go up. So if you want one, get one now while it's still cheap. But this is... Where's that piece? Did I use it all? I used it all. Here it is. So this is, you can get this as a roll on Amazon. It's 4mm by 0.15mm nickel strip. It's dirt cheap. Let me get the battery back in this before I lose it. The only reason I haven't done anything with the thermistor yet is I don't have enough of the original batteries, and my original batteries still work, so I don't want to destroy them yet. Not till I have to. Let's see here. And that's all you need. You don't need anything else. Here we go. $10. For $9.49, you can get 32 feet of nickel strip, enough to make more batteries than you would ever use in your entire life. Yeah, hang on. That's enough nickel strip to make 100 of these. That's a very poor quality picture, but from what I can see, that top layer doesn't look too bad. Your problem with this print is not enough infill and you're not enough top layers. So you need to make sure you're using a sufficient number of top layers and a sufficient quantity of infill. That cube should have at least 20% grid infill and should have at least 3 top layers at 0.2 millimeters. If you go 0.1 millimeters, then you need to use 6 top layers. Okay, so this could be insufficient top layers and insufficient infill. Make sure you're using at least 20%, 25% grid infill, meaning both directions. And this here is usually what happens when you don't have enough top layers or you don't have enough infill. What happens is it's bubbling because the filament is moving. Oh, there's a better picture. Okay. So this doesn't actually help me much unless I know what settings you use to do this. Is it rectilinear or grid? Because there's a big difference. Also, how many walls do you have? Do you have 3 walls? This looks like you have 2 walls. See how the this is your overlap splooge, where it circles around to do the, comes around this way and goes back. This looks like you only have 2 walls. No, there's 2 perimeters. One perimeter is going to be underneath this splooge. So there's at least 2 there. That is not separated from the edge. There's no separation here. If anything, you're over extruding. A separation means you could pull it away. Oh, I see what you mean over here. Ignore that. Like I said, ignore the bottom layer, because the bottom layer is going to be impacted by your bed leveling skill, whether or not the printer was extruding properly, that first layer, elephant's foot. Don't worry about this. Not yet. What you need to worry about is the top. This is the surface you need to worry about. That surface. Get rid of the Z. Just print 5 millimeters of this and that Z should go away. But this is the surface you need to worry about. See here? You have no separation. Are you using 1 perimeter? There is no Z on the first photo. That's the bottom. That's your bottom layer. We're not going to worry about your bottom layer until we get your extrusion correct. I do see some separation here and some separation here, but I don't know what's causing that yet. See how you got that little split right there? But that could be overlap. That could be insufficient number of perimeters. That could be any number of things. So that's why I first want to see a 20 by 20 by 5 millimeter cube that has no letters. All right, the sides don't matter, so just tell it to only print 5 millimeters of this. But see, until this is correct, until this here is correct, I don't know what's causing this. All right, that's why we have to create a standard, a go-to. I know what you mean, letter Z. See, it's not separating here, but it is separating here. If this was perimeter overlap, it'd be separating in both places. Because it's not separating here, but is separating here, that means we need to not worry about that until we fix this first. This is a horrible print. This is a very bad quality print. Until this print starts to look better, I'm not worried about this. Because there's 10 different things that can cause that. That could be caused by cooling. That could be caused by insufficient number of walls. That could be caused by insufficient amount of infill. Because you definitely don't have enough layers. Look, you see it bubbling. That should not be bubbling if you have 3 top layers. What is your layer height when you print this? Were you printing this at 0.1 millimeters or were you printing this at 0.2 millimeters? Yeah, your print speed could determine that. There's a lot of things that could make this happen here, but not here. If this was consistent all the way around, then we'd have something to go on. But it's not. It's only here. So I don't care. This doesn't matter. Let's fix this, and then we'll see if this is still a problem or not. Meaning, this might be the result of another problem. You might have multiple problems in a row here, and this isn't a problem. It's only a problem because of this problem causing this problem, resulting in this problem. So we got to fix the basics first. What slim part? You sent me a picture of an actual part? Are you talking about... Nope. Must be the newest one. Nope. You talking about this? 60 millimeters per second should be fine. 0.15 layer height means you need at least 4 top layers, probably 5. The smaller your layer height, the more top layers you need. Okay, so this part right here, is that the top or the bottom? Well, once you get your printer properly calibrated, you're not always calibrating. You just tweak. Oh, I'm a little too tight. I'll shrink the part by 0.1 millimeter. Now it's fine. You see what I mean? See, now, if this here... If this here had to fit precisely... can't see anything. Goodbye. Okay. I hate the fact that it's always backwards on camera. If this had to fit precisely into this hole, that would take a lot of tuning. That would take a lot of calibrating, a lot of tweaking, a lot of tuning. But if this simply has to fit in here, and there could be a little bit of slop, that's easy. That's not hard at all. Yes, just 5 millimeters tall. That's plenty. We only need it to be tall enough to get us out of the elephant's foot territory. You see, when you print something like this, let's get this a little better angle here. Come on, focus. There we go. Okay. When you print something like this, okay, pretend this is a calibration cube. So I'm printing it like that. All right, the reason I wanted at least 5 millimeters tall is because this part down here doesn't count yet. Because this part down here, that's going to be affected by bed level, squish, first layer heights, bed temperature, all kinds of things are going to affect this. But those things are different from calibrating the printer, which is why we want to look at the top layers, because the top layers are far enough away from all of this not to matter anymore. So what we're trying to do is, when you have to fix something, you have to do what's called diagnostics. Now, diagnostics is breaking down the problem and figuring out where the issue is. For example, your car says downstream O2 sensor reading high. We'll replace the downstream O2 sensor. No! Your downstream O2 sensor is probably fine. What's happening is you have too much fuel, too much of the gases that we don't want in our atmosphere coming out the backside of your catalytic converter. Okay? So, why do you have gases coming out of the back of the catalytic converter? Well, it could be a bad catalytic converter. Or it could be bad gas. Or it could be the cylinder 3 is misfiring just slightly. It's sticking. And so a little too much gas is going into the engine, so your engine's burning rich. And that might be too much gas for your catalytic converter to catalyze, which means you'll end up having excess gases coming out the tailpipe, and your first time you know of this is when downstream O2 sensor says I'm reading high. So it is not necessarily the O2 sensor, it's not necessarily the catalytic converter, it could be, but it might just be cylinder 3 is running rich because the injector is sticking open. So instead of replacing a $50 O2 sensor and a $400 catalytic converter, we replace a $14 fuel injector. Now it stops running rich, the catalytic converter is able to correctly catalyze the fuel, and the O2 sensor stops reading high. So part of your job is to diagnose not necessarily what the problem is. We know what the problem is. The part doesn't fit. why doesn't the part fit? Well, the first most obvious thing is, did you size the part correctly? Okay, if you need a 5mm cylinder to fit in a 5mm hole and you're printing on an FDM printer, that part better not be 5mm. It better be about 4.85mm, because you're gonna have wiggle room. You're gonna have to account for wiggle room with an FDM print. So if I need to make a case that exactly fits this part, I cannot make the hole exactly the size of this. Unless you're EDM cutting metal, you ain't going to get a part to fit that well, even with a resin printer. So even with a resin printer, you're going to have a tolerance. A tolerance is, I make this part, the hole needs to be 21mm, which means I need to make the hole a little bit bigger than 21mm to account for the tolerance wiggle room in an FDM print, so that I have that little bit of extra space when I go to put this part in. So it's going to have to be able to move around a little bit, but not too much. It depends on the tolerance you need. But before we can do that, we need to figure out why your part isn't printing right. So the first thing to do, 0.3mm is pretty good for FDM. I can usually get down to 0.1 on each side if I tune it correctly, and I can sometimes dip below 0.1 with resin prints, but yeah, I'm usually 0.2, 0.1, 0.15 on each side, which gives me 0.2 to 0.3. It depends. So we need to figure out, first of all, is the part designed correctly? Okay, once we've eliminated that, okay, yeah, the part's designed correctly. Well, if the part's exactly designed correctly, well, then the part's not designed correctly, because you didn't build a tolerance into it. But before we can go down that rabbit hole, we have to make sure your printer is actually functioning correctly. And that's why we print the little calibration cube, because that calibration cube should be 20 by 20mm. It should be 5mm thick, but that's going to vary by up to 0.15mm depending on your first layer squish. That's going to create an elephant's foot. That comes later. All we're worried about is ignore the bottom, and we're worried about the top half of that 5mm cube. All right? Is it 20mm? Is it 20mm? It's not going to be. How far? All right? Then we look at that top layer and we see, could something the printer is doing be affecting it? So that's why we need to see our perimeters. We need to see our top layer. We need to see if there's any snow plowing. We need to see all that. And you can't use the bottom layer. The bottom layer is always going to be perfect because it's sitting against a flat bed. It might not be the right size, but it's going to look perfect because it's being squished against the bed. That's why we use the top. That's what print the 20mm cube, but only print 5mm of it. You don't have to print the whole 20mm. We don't need the whole thing. So the 5mm just goes faster. It just gets you done quicker. And later on, we'll worry about the height. If your height is within 1/4 of a millimeter, you're more than close enough. We just adjust squish until we get it right. Even bumps on the print aren't too much of a problem, because once you've fine-tuned your printer to get a nice smooth top layer and perimeter interface, you're going to notice most of those bumps go away. The one thing you will have an issue with, you can actually see that in his picture here. So this is something that's going to very much affect dimensional accuracy. It's going to be this. That should not be there. Neither should that. Okay. Neither should that. Okay, that's called ringing. That's a matter of physics in the printer. And for truly dimensionally accurate parts, we have to rein in control of ringing. But that comes after we get all this fixed. And the other thing you can do is, again, you see what I did here, right? Hang on. in order to make sure this wouldn't be a problem. My edges are not right angles. I put a bevel in this edge, and I put a bevel in this edge to make sure that if I had any ringing or elephant's foot, that they wouldn't affect the fit of the model. Can you see that? You could probably see, well, this is round, so you're not going to see that in a round print. But you can actually see that on my print here. I got rid of most of it, so here, let me show you. There we go. You can actually see that on my print here. You can just barely see it. You can see how I have a bit of a lip here, where this curved part here, there's a bit of a ridge that you can just barely see how I got a little bit of a ridge right there. Alright, now that was running the printer at 200%, so that's actually pretty, you can see it really good there, but that's partially because of the stick on the bed. Now that might mean the part requires some finishing. Not up here, that was the top. Okay, so I might just have to do something as simple as, come on, stop messing with me. It might be as simple as taking a knife and just cleaning up the edge. If that dimensional accuracy is that important, I just might need to take my knife and just clean up that edge a little bit. And now wipe it off, and there you go. See? No more ridge. No more ridge. Okay? So that might be something you'll have to do. We'll find out. Or for something like a square like this, we could just put a little bevel on the edge of the part. See how this has a little bevel right there? Okay? So you could just put a little bevel on the corners so that when you get the ringing, you end up with the proper square you wanted. So there are things that we can do to tweak your model and to tweak your printing to compensate for a lot of these problems. But those require that the printer be functioning correctly first, because otherwise you're fighting idiosyncrasies in your print as you attempt to adjust your model to compensate for them, and that's the wrong way to do it. You get the printer functioning correctly first, then you start tweaking to get the model to work correctly for whatever your dimensional accuracy requirements might be. You know, son, this is the second week I've wanted to mess with these diamond nozzles, and the second week I haven't. So I'm putting this goddamn nozzle in right now. Alright. So we're going to push, filament, push, filament, yank. There. That clears out the hot end. Okay. Now, let's see if I can get this out of here without breaking anything. Okay, I've got the block, and the nozzle is going to come toward me. Oh wow, it's even smaller. Holy crap, I didn't realize how small that was. I might not have the tools to do this. Unless I can grip it. Ooh, I don't want that touching that. That's way too hot to be touching that. I have to grab this block, otherwise it's going to turn when I loosen this, and that's going to wreck my thermistor connection, which I don't want to do. Wow, that's on there tight. I need to get the right tools to do this. Billet super. Yeah, and none of my wrenches fit the goddamn nozzle. I got all these wrenches and none of them fit. Arrgh. Let's see if I have any tools in here. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. That does not have what I need. What about this box? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's too big. Oh, here's one. Oh, there's a tiny one. Ah, still too small. It's got some tiny ass freaking nozzle on there. There's another one. No, that's too small. Yep, too small. I got all these freaking wrenches and they're all too small. It's like, come on, cut me some slack. Ooh, I was looking for that thumb drive. Looking for that too. Is that rechargeable? Yes, it is. Dag nabbit. Hey, there's my 2032s I was looking for. Yep, I ain't got a wrench for it. Alright, well, I can't do it now. I'm going to get this nozzle put on here one way or another. Here's my little dragon. One way or another, these goddamn nozzles are going to get on here. I gotta dig out my wrench kit. Yeah, mine is dump all the parts in a box somewhere. All these wrenches. All these wrenches, and not one of them fits. And I have a toolkit in the back that has all the little bits. The problem is the sockets. I use those sockets to put in 3D printed handles. And those 3D printed handles with the missing sockets in them are in one of the crates inside the Codex container. So I've got a whole toolkit back there, but it's missing the 6, 7, and 8 millimeter sockets that would allow me to do these freaking pieces. Ugh. Too small. Yeah, these are too small. It's about 2 millimeters too big. That's probably an 8, and I probably need a 6. Alright, I'm going to turn this off for now. That's it for now. But yeah, the FDM prints worked. I'm actually genuinely surprised that that worked as well as it did. I think I can optimize that for FDM as well. The nice thing about FDM is no mess. So I am very happy with that. A little bit of tweaking and I think we'll be fine. If I make these 1 millimeter openings, I think they'll print just fine. But everything else, and I gotta fix that screw up there. Hi, kitty. How you doing, baby? Are you a good kitty, huh? Are you a good kitty? Yeah? But yeah, that worked much better than I was expecting. I'm very, very happy with that. Fantastic. Print a dangatang. What is a dangatang? A group of teenagers acting in a particularly rowdy manner. A group of... What's a group of teenagers have to do with this? Oh, that's the wonderful... That's what I love about the Ender... That's one of the things I love about the Ender 2. Is that it's just an incredibly accurate printer. I mean, this was printed at 0.08 layer height. Now, you might be thinking, Chris, how did you level an FDM printer with a 0.08 millimeter layer height? You don't. You print the first 2 layers at 0.2 millimeter, and then you switch to 0.08 millimeter. It's called you cheat. And it worked fantastically. That came out great. All I got to do is modify the negative terminal right here. Actually, yeah, that one. So this one right here has to be modified, and then that'll be fine. And that worked impressively well. This is what really surprised me. I'm surprised how well this worked. I'm really, really impressed with that. So definitely want to beef up this end a little bit. Make it a little thicker. But yeah, that worked incredibly well. Now I just got to figure out the thermocouple, or thermistor. That's how I do all my prints. All of my prints start with 0.2 millimeter layer height. Why? Because then I don't have to re-level my bed. 0.1 millimeter, the first 2 layers are 0.2. 0.04 millimeter layer, the first 2 layers are 0.2. Bilyadzuka. Bye. Watch your foot, baby. That wire will cut you. I got no idea if I'm saying it right, but he gets the idea. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. There's my breakfast. Link to the VTOL rocket video. Hang on. I got that off of TikTok. What are what things? That's a power supply, spool of filament, and oh, somebody asked what the batteries are for. This is called a 2CR5. It's a 6-volt single-use lithium-ion battery. Cameras use them. If you have an old, film camera, one that actually takes film, okay? A lot of the times these cameras either use 2 single cells, 2 CR123s, or they use a 2CR5, which is this, and that fits in that little cavity there. Now if you have an old film camera, well, these are like $9 a piece. You can get them for like $5 a piece, but you got to buy like 20 of them. So these are like $9 a piece. Well, now I can just use the rechargeables I already have, and that little bad boy fits right in there. And now it's not working. That was just working. Why isn't it working now? Oh, that terminal may have disconnected again. I don't know, it's not working again. I gotta print that properly. This is for my Epson photo viewers. So I have these little devices here, and basically it's got a hard drive inside and a big screen and a basic interface, and it's got a compact flash and an SD card slot. So when I am out shooting pictures with my cameras, and I have to take the compact flash card out of my camera, I can pop that into here, and download the contents of that card to the hard drive in this. That allows me to back up my pictures in the field in case something happens to this card for some reason. And then I can view them on here, zoom in on them, I can take a look at them, stuff like that. But the problem is, as wonderful as these are, they haven't been made for over 10 years. Which means even the knockoff batteries don't exist anymore. Which means now you get one-off companies making batteries for it for $150. I was like, fuck you. So that is basically this battery. And of course, somebody online, One-Eyed Plankton on Reddit, said that's almost certainly an 18650 cell. And I'm like, yeah, duh. Of course it's an 18650 cell. So to get around the fact that I can't get these batteries anymore, and these are starting to fail on me, I now have my own 3D printed enclosure that converts the 18650 cell to the same connection that the Epson needs. So now I can make batteries for this device. So now this $700 device isn't relegated to the trash heap. I can now salvage it and continue using it for years to come because I can make batteries for it now. Once I have enough of these batteries, I'm going to take one apart and I'm going to figure out what that third pin does. We're assuming it's a temperature thermocouple so that I can tell if the battery's too hot or too cold. Since you don't want to be charging lithium-ion batteries if they're too hot or too cold. And I should be able to figure out what the resistance of that is and bypass it. In fact, somebody told me to measure from ground to that center pin. Let's see, do I remember how to do this? Voltage, ohms. I'm getting 10 ohms. I think that's what that was saying. Does this have a light? No. Is that micro ohms or mega ohms? Come on, stop fucking with me. So we are at 10 kilo ohms. So 10,000 ohms, 10K. So I guess I need a 10K resistor. So I might be able to trick that with a 10K resistor. Don't know 100% on that. If I can get the thermocouples cheap enough, I'd rather use a proper thermocouple. Yeah, that's the worst. Well, this is for photographers, so they had to have replaceable batteries. Because photographers are going to be out in the field. So they need to be able to pull a battery and replace the battery. Yeah, I'm going to get that. Hang on. Let me go get that link for you. Copied. Here you go. Now, let me try to find more of that drone video. That's so not what I want you to do. Let me try to find that. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. I know it's got to be here. There it is. There it is. There we go. All right, how's the audio now? There might be something to YouTube interrupting the audio to OBS. It might be taking control of an audio stream in Windows. It's really weird though, because OBS still shows audio. Like, it still shows the little graph, you know, you know, showing that there's audio, yet there's no audio. And it just happened when YouTube. So I might need to be careful with YouTube. That might be what's causing the audio, at least part of it. But yeah, it's cool. Now my next plan is to try to duplicate this. So this is a nice little stand that you could buy as an accessory with the Epson. And of course you can't get it anymore. See you later, Duet. I'm going to be calling it quits momentarily. It's already 4:30. I'm getting hungry. So it's a little folding stand that perfectly sits the little player in it like that. Because you can set up a slideshow. So I am going to try to duplicate this in FDM printing, where it's still foldable, where you can still do this and fold it down. So I'm going to try duplicating this. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't think Epson's going to get angry at me for copying it. But yeah, I'm thrilled that the FDM print works so well. I could definitely tweak that to make it work better too. Because that's nice and strong. That's a really strong. I have no complaints about the strength of that print. No, you're not going to use your affiliate link. So that's it for now. I'm gonna go dig out a tool case out back. I've got a whole bunch of tool sets. I just gotta find one that has little tiny sockets. I'm gonna get this goddamn nozzle on this goddamn printer tonight. I'm tired of waiting for this. I've been dying to use one of these. So we're gonna get that on there, and I'm gonna show some results next week, and go from there. I definitely want to try some ABS through it, but it's a little too cold right now for ABS printing. Well, FDM is cheap, yeah, and it's not messy. I don't have to wait for it to drip dry. I don't have to wash it in alcohol. I don't have to cure it. You know, don't get me wrong. That's a beautiful print. I mean, they don't get much prettier than that. I mean, that really is about as perfect as it gets. I mean, that's beautiful. But here's the reality. I don't care how pretty it is. I just want it to be cheap, light, durable, and long-lasting, and the PLA print's just going to work better. If I can make it work at all. And so far it looks like I can. Now what I'm wondering is there enough space in the bottom here for me to put that little charge controller? It all depends on how thick. The battery goes down to this level here, so I have that much thickness to work with. I have that much thickness right there to work with. If that fits, then I'll be able to simply open the bottom of this and plug in a USB-C cable right there and charge it up even while it's still in the gadget. Now that would be freaking awesome. And even though the capacity is lower, I would lose 800 milliamps of capacity. I could use lithium iron phosphate batteries, which means they would just last forever. Or you can just pop the unit out and stick this in an 18650 charger. You could just do that too. Some people will be perfectly happy to just you know, carry around like 2 of these, you know, so you can have one as a backup. And then just pop these cells into the case and jam it into the device. Some people might be perfectly happy to do that. Heck, if they want, we can maybe even 3D print a case to fit on the back of this, so you can put like 5 of these. you know, bing, 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 and stick 5 of them back there. And then you can run this thing for a goddamn week between charges. That'd be pretty awesome. But yeah, it worked. I'm impressed. I did not expect that to work that well. But it's an Ender 2. I should have expected it to work that well. And the Ender 2 never disappoints me. So now I just need to get Creality to send me one of the new ones so I can compare them. Alright, I will see you guys later. Thank you very much for joining in with me. Don't forget, affiliate links down below. That is how I make my income. You guys are my income source. So I will see you all later. See you next week.